Hello. This is one of those weathers where if I step outside for more than 5 minutes, I will dissolve into a Sang-sized puddle. But when I'm inside, the apartment breeze is so strong that I have to go and wear a light to medium jacket. So that's the state I'm in right now. I mean, it's cool. You know, I'm the kind of person who I don't really touch the air conditioning or HVAC unless it's very bad. And if my roommates want it to be turned up real cold, then I guess I'm not gonna complain. So that's where I am right now. Anyway, hello everyone. So I'm very excited to start today's stream because for once, and I apologize if I sound like I'm being very harsh on myself, but I have been not great about drawing productivity for the past couple months, I think, or just I feel like just being employed has it's made it harder to commit to art as a hobby a lot. And the art streams help, but this week was actually the first time in a while that I had nights and evenings where I just drew, you know, like watching shows and listening to stuff in the background. It felt like I was getting back into the groove of things. And yes, my wrist hurts a little bit and I will be stretching it out, but otherwise it feels good. I'm happy. I'm happy because art as a way of measuring personal creative productivity is not perfect, but when it works, you know? My allergies are terrible this year. Dang. My allergies have actually gotten better now that the spring is over. Like, my face used to be, like, just real bad. But now that, for the most part, the pollen has calmed down, I'm doing better. But just the thickness of the heat outside, like, this whole week, it's been that thick heat is, yeah. At the very least, I'm glad I work indoors, is all I mean. Sucks about the wrist hurting. I think it's just the natural consequence of drawing for hours and hours, you know, in a row. But it's fine. It's not a chronic thing. It's just, you gotta make sure and all that. But yes, I've been drawing all this much because there is a certain... What helps me with drawing productivity-wise is having a set time goal. And because the illustration I'm working on was, I mean, it's still going to be Pride themed. I'm gonna find a way to make it an illustration and also make it Pride themed. You'll figure out what I mean soon. But I otherwise want it to be done before June ends. So that allows me to just kind of like put a boot to my butt and send me into motion, you know? Kind of like how, you know how some people see Art Fight as the goal of, I'm gonna have my references ready by then. You know, it's nice having kind of an external school-esque system where, wait, I just realized the fish aren't there. Dude, that is so on me. I had the application open, but I didn't connect it, so I didn't activate it for y'all. My bad, respectfully. There we go. There's everyone. Look, everyone's going one way and I'm just rolling another way. Hello everybody. Alright, so if you want to know how much progress, I finally worked on something outside of the stream for once. Oh my goodness. Usually the art streams are times when I work on something because I'm being held accountable because of the stream. But this time I actually worked on it outside of the art stream, so I have progress to show, rather than if you watch the last art stream, it's basically just step 2. But yes, there's more. Yeah! And the funny thing about drawing a bunch of characters in a sequence is my ass is going to have to go back and fix proportions every other character, because I'm like, wait a minute, your head is like bigger compared to this character. You're more realistic looking compared to the... It's funny how in a bigger character collection piece like this, the style kind of just morphs over time, because the first few I'm like, getting my feet on the ground and sort of like, okay, I'm going to have like this style, I'm going to shape it this way, and then as it goes along I'm more comfortable, and so I start, you know, drawing. It's hard to explain, like specifically I think what comes to mind is like a face like Vincent's compared to like Gabrielle, for example. I just find it really funny how you can tell I got into the swing of things after, because I did them all in order, like sequentially. So thank you. I also went ahead and did the arduous task of taking, oh yeah, those are the glasses, excuse, of taking this blurry grid and doing my best to recapture it with my bare hands. And so that's where that is right now. The reason why the glasses are on a different layer, by the way, is because I usually draw glasses on different layers so I can color them in or color in the lines differently. So, oh my god, it's saying art! Holy! Who could imagine this? But yes, I think what I'm gonna do is, now that I have basically all of them, I am going to take the opportunity to start coloring them in, and as I'm going around, I'm going to just add the fixes and all of that as I'm doing them. And it's a good thing that if I just go on to... I've said this before, but the way I structure my character pages on the Chromosynth website is actually just how I need them to be for my own reference, so everything works out. Oh my goodness, underscore! Why does it keep saying that? Yeah, it's always underscore that has no alert. Maybe because it's saying you're subscribed for 1 month, so they're like, wait, this is a new person? Fuck you, new person. Man, underscore, I super appreciate you for your presence and support. Kevin. I swear, I went to Streamlabs and double checked to make sure that my alerts for all kinds of subscriptions and whatnot were activated, so I don't know why that happens, but it's not the end of the world. Like, when we get rated and when people give subs, we still generally get those alerts, so yeah. You can call me Kev. If you're wondering why I named the stream America Hope Corps, it's because I've been seeing a lot of World Cup posting, and since the World Cup takes place in the North America, there's been a lot of like Europeans. I've only basically seen like Europeans and Asians specifically in the vlogs come over, and like that, at least that's the videos I've been seeing. And they're getting a culture shock in the best way possible, in that they're going to New Jersey delis, and the big New Jersey guys going like, hey, is that your girlfriend? Or hey, the sandwich is on me, yeah. And there's something so wonderful about seeing American hospitality in action. There was another video I found where it was this Black Irish guy who approached an African-American woman in the store and was like, excuse me, you know, could you recommend me any snacks? Because he was in the snack aisle of like, I don't know, like a Target or Safeway or something. And she went like, oh yeah, where are you from? And he's like, Ireland. They got us in Ireland, which I think is so funny because honestly, like, that is so real. And she was so supportive. She was like, yeah, here are the Twinkies and all the hostess good stuff. And the cherry on top was, in that video, like an old white lady, you know, like strolls by with her cart and says like, don't forget, Pop-Tarts no frosting with butter. And she was like, yeah. And I'm like, where did she come from? And I guess she said something right. I don't know these snacking habits, but there's just something so pure about that. I love that about American culture. There's something so heartwarming about, in between these, you know, these current and general climate times where you are losing faith and you didn't even think you had any left in your own country and in all that. but it's the interactions between people and humanity that makes you remember, like, oh yeah, this is the country that I love. These are my people, you know? Hope core is what I'm trying to say. I like that people are really amazing. Americans are nice and it's not just an act. Yeah. Listen, I'm not gonna act like... Because Americans don't have the nice stereotype, partly for a good reason. Because, you know, there's a... If any country is stereotyped as the nice one, it's probably Canada. And it's more so because, from what I can see, their culture is very, you know, like a hosting culture. Like, oh yeah, oh don't worry about it, I'll do this for you, it's all good. Well, American culture is, you know, it's very communal in a sense, but it's also very free-for-all in some senses, because the workplace culture is very much like, if you want an underdog story, then you're going to have to be the one who strikes it out, you know? And that doesn't leave a lot of room for people to question the systems they're put in and be like, wait a minute, maybe this isn't the dream that I wanted. But I won't lie that there is a sense of communal... There is a sense of community in American culture. You just don't see it that often because it's usually overshadowed by all the shit that you see. Yeah. But yeah, I love the Algerians in Kansas. They're like, brother, they interviewed a white man on TV, and the interviewer asked him, "What do you know about Algeria?" And I'm like, you really put him on the spot there, because he does not know squat, but that's his family there now. Like, you know, like nationalisms in this way, you know, that sense of patriotism and, you know, welcome to my home, let me treat you, let me make sure you feel that you're at home, like that kind of stuff. That's good. That's the good stuff. Americans are mostly ignorant of international beef as a result of our country's rampant imperialism. Yeah. Let it be known that just the statement Americans are mostly ignorant is also true by itself. I feel like if you live somewhere like Europe, I mean, I feel like Americans know decent enough about America. You know, not everyone, but at the very least there's like oh, like, you know, this state is here and this city's here and this is where history happened. But when it comes to anything outside of America, brother, it's bad. It's rocky. But when it comes to other countries, I'm almost thinking, because other countries are usually so much smaller than America is, there's so much more opportunity to learn about other countries, like neighboring countries and all that. America's so damn huge. It's like all of that is America? Well, alright, no wonder people don't know jack shit about other countries when they only have 2 borders, north and south. I was putting together a television stand and only now do I realize it's half a foot shorter. Damn. For you, the Korean War was the worst era of your country's existence, but for us, it was Tuesday. Wait, so is that quote supposed to be said from the perspective of the American or the non-American? Because I will say that in Korean history, the Korean War did suck a lot, so I'm assuming maybe you meant from the American perspective. Yeah, Vietnam from the American perspective was probably a lot worse than the Korean War, I'm not gonna lie. If you don't know any context for the Korean War, basically, like, do you know the American Civil War, where it's North versus South, countrymen killing their own, all that? Yeah, it's like sorta like that, but it wasn't over slavery. Ugh, so it just sucked for everyone. I am no historian, let this be known. Definitely the American. Yeah, gotcha. It's kind of funny how, for certain Americans, the only frame of reference they have for certain foreign countries is the wars that they were involved in. Like, you just say the word Vietnam to someone, and there's a chance their mental association is the war and nothing else. Nothing else about Vietnamese culture at all, or like any people. That's so interesting to me. I love drawing sharp eyebrow. There's something very satisfying about it to me. Many people are unaware of the Korean War's existence. Despite the most popular sitcom in American history being set in during the Korean War? So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Clap, 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 clap. I've never watched Friends. Is it good? For some reason, in my head, Friends and Seinfeld occupy the exact same space. If my brain space of TV shows I know was a neighborhood, Friends and Seinfeld live in the same house. That's how mentally similar they are to me in what I can perceive of American culture. Even though I know literally tonally they're different. Like, Seinfeld is much more made for comedy and, you know, Danny DeVito and Kramer and all that. But just when I think of it in my head and squint my eyes in my head, it's the same thing. Apartment slop, you could say. I think you're talking about MASH. Oh yeah! That was also a show in which people were... Like, the title card has the thing in between the letters? What was it that about? Is it because it stands for something? Make America shit herself. Yes. You could probably say so, but MASH's finale got more views than any TV program that isn't a Super Bowl. Oh, interesting. Again, I know nothing. I know even less about MASH. I'm assuming it was from what I heard, a sitcom show featuring young adults, probably, you know, childless, single, love triangles and whatnot. Right? Make America shit whole! Dude, I don't know if I can shit out a hole, but I can do my best. I should probably lower my voice. There are children in the apartment I live in, for God's sake. MASH is set in the war? Dude! Is it the one show that has... Saying, do you know the one TV sitcom that you never bothered watching? It has Korean representation. It was so ahead of the curve. Holy. Wow. It kind of peaked there, not gonna lie. It embodied the Cerberus syndrome trope. It got more cerebral and dark as it went on. Interesting. It's really interesting how there are media that can do basically that or the opposite of that. I feel like you see the Cerberus trope more often because typically when projects are first pitched, they're meant to be something that is easy to digest, and so it has to be light or, you know, adventure and I can just watch this in a sitting. And then after a while, the author's true intentions are made clear, and they're like, like, yes, my lord, yes. But there are some shows, as a matter of fact, where they have a profound idea in mind, and then over time, things just get dumber? I feel like that's the situation where you see stuff like Flanderization, for example, where the characters just become Xerox of a Xerox of each other until they are just caricatures of what they once were. And I eat that shit up every time. I'm not gonna lie, I mess with a show that can balance comedy and good, strong emotions. Because as you know, there are shows that I like that are just pure comedy. I think Smiling Fez is incredibly good as just a comedy and just nothing but a comedy. But I will admit that Steven Universe in its first season, though people generally can agree that the first season was maybe one of its best, I will say that when it was just about Steven futzing around, I kinda didn't give a fuck. Maybe, you know, maybe that was just me outgrowing my bumbling little kid goes on adventures phase. But once we actually started learning more about the gems, because I found the idea of aliens crashed into this land a lot more interesting than the coming of age story about this little goober, you know? So, yeah. If Smiling Friends became an arc show, I'd turn that shit off, dude. What if it was... If it became an arc show, I could only imagine it did something a la Clone High, in which the arc itself is a parody of something, and it is not meant to be taken seriously. Speaking of Clone High, by the way, I will always be pissed off at that second season, because... For those of you who don't know, Clone High was a show in the MTV era that got a strong cult following in the 2010s. And so they were like, okay, you know, let's make a new season, let's renew it and reboot it. And so it takes place after everyone got frozen in the prom episode. But it's like, it's 20 years later, and now there's iPads and flossing and Vine and all that. But one of the things it did was, hey, one of the ships that the fandom likes is this pairing, not between the main two, but kind of this sort of joke pairing between a main character and a kind of, you know, tertiary character, you could say. I mean, JFK is definitely a main character, but, you know, he's in that... I don't think he was considered a serious love interest, more than just, like, kind of like Gandhi, a comedic guy. And, you know, I would argue that Joan and JFK was the most popular pairing in the fandom. And may I say, for good reason, because it is a dynamic you do not see too often, which is the goth and the jock. And also, this is my personal opinion, though I will defend it with my life. I feel that in a lot of media and art, some of the most interesting romances are made by people who do not intend for it to be a romance, and thus are capable of avoiding the usual pitfalls of intentionally writing a romantic relationship and actually prioritize on making it fun or funny. That's why a lot of the pairings that I like in shows are essentially non-canonical, because by lack of, you know, relationship tension, they're actually allowed to develop around each other and have an interesting dynamic outside of, oh, what if I get feelings for you? Like, fuck off. I don't like that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I like stuff like that. And so Clone High season 2 was like, dude, what if these characters got together and it's what everyone would have wanted? But wait, that relationship didn't work out because what did you expect, stupid fans? I mean, I'm not saying it was this malicious. I am playing it up a little bit, but it felt kind of like a slap in the face. It very much felt like all right, here, you wanted it so bad, so they canonized it and then basically de-canonized it after a while. And what's really funny is that like there's an episode where they break up, and the entire dynamic they had that episode was actually like way more interesting than when they were together. Because guess what? Sometimes when writers write relationships, they trap themselves in a box of this is how people act when they're in relationships, and it becomes boring and trite. I feel this way very strongly. So yeah, that's why I have not even thought about Clone High in a good while, because that second season was, I mean, in some ways it was fun, don't get me wrong, and there were definitely some gags that got me. I would say little Christopher Columbus was definitely a very refreshing new character who came on. Obnoxious white man is definitely a character archetype that I very much like, specifically ugly obnoxious white man, but like who's like intrinsically funny in his unlikableness. Love that, honestly. So also Ayo Adibri voiced Harriet, which was fun. But yeah, it's a season 2 that definitely does not live up to the season 1, and I'm not surprised that they ended things on a cliffhanger. Was like, dude, wait until season 3, and then season 3 never came because that shit was poop from a butt. So, you know. I think it was funny because Clone High fans were just frothing at the mouth for a season 2. They're like, holy shit, it's real. Oh my god, what do you think's gonna happen? And then once season 2 was in, it's like, cut the cameras. We're good. We're fine. You don't need to dig our goat up from out the ground and throw any more punches. We're fine. Don't make it any worse. I was hypersensitive to Cerberus seeds when Steven Universe started, because I just realized after years of avoiding it, you were like, this silly Adventure Time show about a boy and his dog has Thor? Yeah, Adventure Time is definitely a big a big example of the Cerberus syndrome, because those first, I would say, season and a half maybe, I think it's kind of ominous and surreal nature was definitely present early on, but it never dipped into, alright, you're gonna have to start writing stuff down, remembering this for continuity's sake, until a couple steps in. If you don't watch a show or play a game at a certain age, it won't hit as hard. I think that's definitely true. You know? I feel like sometimes there are things out there that are, for example, they are specifically made by people who are in their 20s, in their 30s, that are at a point in their life where their age and experiences and their personal reactions to it have a direct relation with, you know, their psyche. And I think for the most, you don't have to be exactly like them to get it, but I think it definitely helps you connect with their experiences if you have been there or approximately there. Like, I watched BoJack Horseman as a teenager, and a lot of it was definitely not stuff that I understood, because it's a lot of, you know, celebrity stuff, industry stuff. But at the very least, I get that this was about a lot of, you know, sometimes you watch and consume things that you can't really relate to, but the foreignness is its own way of entertainment. And that, like, oh, I don't know about this, but at the very least, it's presenting something new to me, so I can try to at least learn something about it. That was basically me with BoJack. Like, I didn't know anything about ghostwriters or agents or managers or anything in that industry. But the nice thing about BoJack is like you don't super need to know about it. Like yes, it kind of enhances it definitely enhances the experience to know, because then you know. But you know, it's about fucking cartoon animals living with humans. You can suspend your disbelief a little bit. I watched Daredevil when I was a kid. A good on-ramp from shows for teens to shows for adults. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, I have to draw... Wait a minute. I kind of messed up drawing his jacket, because his jacket has stuff on it that I just totally didn't draw. So let's get to that. Alright. Like that. And then... Yes. And the sweater underneath. You now color in your line art? Join the club! Dude, when I started coloring my line art, what is it, like a decade ago? It was... No, I must have started coloring my line art when I was maybe 14. Maybe that was during my Homestuck era. Yeah, I think that was about the time when I stopped doing all black lines and I started making nice little illustrations with shading and all that. Yeah. Whatever you feel comfortable with. I do it because I think it looks cool and I have fun doing it, and that's really all that matters. Oh, I see you! I see your art, Capita. Nice! Oh, and the colored line art, it makes the skin color pop so well. Look at you. Good for you. Fun fact, this is the first time I'll be drawing all of them since actually never. I have never drawn all these characters together. That includes with Gallo. Even though I drew part of him in the Christmas art, but not full of him. Not all of him. So this is the first time I'll be drawing all of them together. And the fact that they're in the grids reminiscent of the original Spectrum Squad style is accidentally meaningful. It's mostly because I find it really convenient to draw characters in grids. First and foremost. I'm sincerely not a prude, but I do think graphic violence and tame sexuality is a rare combination, and a lack of this in the West is a bit of reason shonen anime is popular even with adults. I suppose you're right, because I'm watching The Boys right now. I'm watching it from season 1 because I still think that first season is still a banger of a show. So I'm just going back and enjoying it. And sometimes, like, I'm not, like, icked out or anything, but sometimes I'll just be like, alright, now there's just fucking cool. I don't know. I feel like sometimes it can serve the point, but at least with fight scenes, it serves to resolve a sense of tension. With sex scenes, it's like, I don't know. I mean, there were some moments where it was showing a very vulnerable side of a character, and I'm like, okay, I understand that. It's intimacy. It's weakness. But yeah, you're right. Underscore. It's very common to see sex and violence paraded around one and the same, because that symbolizes and encapsulates the risque, the edge, the adult. It's kind of like how people joke and have joked about how every movie trailer needs to have the epic action scene, but also like the sex scene or like a sexy scene, even if the movie does not need it. You know, it's because someone's gotta have their dick pointing to the movie theater like a compass because of the trailer. So we have to, you know.
It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV.
Did you guys know that my brother and I used to watch... So Family Guy and The Simpsons were both aired on Fox on Sundays in our household, in our paltry cable household. And so Simpsons would come on, I believe, at 7. Family Guy would come on at 8. I can't believe I remember this. It's been years. But I remember that. And when Family Guy would come on, I don't think we particularly... I definitely think we enjoyed The Simpsons more. But Family Guy was just like another cartoon that was on, so we just watched it. But whenever the theme song came on, when Lois said "and sex on TV," I got into the habit of turning off the TV. Our big chunky old TV that goes when you turn it off, by the way, and you know has the crunchy static. And I would do that whenever my parents were like a room nearby, and I'm like, they might think we're watching sex. Very core memory of my childhood experience. It's funny, I don't think my parents... This is a weird thing to bring up, but I don't think my parents even had the talk with me. I remember, like, when I got my period, obviously, there was a conversation about how to deal with that. But it's funny how, and this is the reality for a lot of American kids, I think, parents let the schools handle the, you know, the biological reproductive stuff. Because I don't recall ever talking with my parents formally about that stuff. Maybe they did and I was like too young to remember it, but it's such an interesting thing because it's something you would have expected to come up, or maybe even me to ask about. But I think I just innately knew that it's not something I would bring up at all, like casually, so I just didn't. Also, I wasn't fucking then. So it's not like I was like, Mom, Dad, what do I do? No, that's not happening. And everyone on God's green earth knew that wasn't happening. So they were like, don't have to deal with that. But, yeah. We did not have to put a condom on a banana in our sex ed. We learned about a lot of drugs, though. Holy, I remember. There was like a whole, in health class, just a whole section on LSD, the hallucinogens, marijuana, and obviously the textbooks are really hyping up the bad things that it'll do to you, and, you know, people's choice on what they want to ingest and what highs they want to go on, whatever. For me, some people look at that stuff and go like, dude, I want to do these now that they told me not to. For me, I'm like, I'm good. I don't need an adventure. Thank you. And I have yet to try cocaine and heroin, and I will never do those things. Because it's scary. And also, I just don't like the idea of injecting the drug in general. Like, I've donated plasma and I kind of barely get through that. The boys deal with a lot of sexual abuse, but it's kind of odd how a lot of the times the sexual elements is more lol isn't than random rather than exploration of abuse in Hollywood. That's true. The boys definitely uses sex as a punchline in certain ways. Because it's a superhero show, and so kink and all that is a natural extension of if you had these weird abilities, wouldn't you do weird stuff with them? I kind of find it corny though when people are like, it's disgusting, he shrunk and he's now exploring this dude's penis. And I'm like, dude, grow up. You saw a guy in the first season get exploded from the inside, and now a man is inside of him. How horrifying for you. I don't know. Like, it's one thing to see one of those, like, videos in real life where someone's entire arm goes up an asshole. It's another thing in this, like, made-up story where a man shrinks to go inside, like, a man's dick hole. It's like, dude, this is so tame, all things considered. I'm an ally. If you want to explore your ding-a-lings, then I support it. Ally. Yeah, that is something I've heard from the show as a form of critique, in that it very much perpetuates the male sexual assault, as in sexual assault done against a man is treated less seriously. I think the cultural idea of sexual assault against men, regardless of gender of the perpetrator, is the idea that, like, women are so weak, they can't defend themselves, their life is in danger. But for the men, it's like, oh, you're getting into this situation is your own, like, which sucks. It's fucked up. And yeah, anything that perpetuates that like, even shows that are quote unquote, you know, progressive and they want to be all that. If you have jokes where the punchline is, isn't it so funny that this man is, like, sexually harassing others or is sexually harassed? And it's funny because it's a dude, because their crimes around them aren't getting taken seriously. I do the biggest, not even side-eye, front-facing eye. It's a big, and I know we love talking about this, it's a big issue I have in particular with the Hazbin Hotel. We watched it on stream a while ago, just so I could levy my critiques in a meaningful, like, first-hand experience way. I remember when that Serpentia's clubhouse scene came on, and I was like, what? Is this okay? What kind of message were y'all trying to send with this? Because when you boil it down, the punchline, of course, the intended punchline of, by the way, the context is that this is a classic rule of three joke in which Serpentius is trying to hit on this girl. He says, you know, can I buy you a drink? And she says, what? And he says, well, because I'm gonna buy everyone a drink. And then I think he says something else, and then she doesn't hear him, and then he says, because I'm gonna everyone. And then the third time, because comedy comes in threes, is that, like, okay, would you like to have intercourse? And then she says, okay, but, like, why would we do that? I'm not that interested in you. And then he says, well, it's because I'm gonna do it with everyone here. To which, I believe mostly male characters drag him away, clawing at the ground and screaming into a sex room. And I'm sure people know how the Vivzy Pop responded to the quote-unquote haters of this particular critique, but my main issue can just be summed up as, hey, would this joke still be funny if it was a woman who was kicking and screaming and getting dragged into the sex room? If it wouldn't be funny, then maybe you should reevaluate why that joke is funny to you in the first place. Yeah. Not to be, like, ground level zero feminist, but sometimes to achieve gender equality, like real gender equality, you have to examine your internal, like, biases when it comes to gender, even if it means saying, like, haha, yeah, victimize that man, haha, it's so funny, haha. Guess what? Doing that, you can even still perpetuate sexism and bad stuff, even if the man is the one being victimized and not the woman. It's like level zero feminism, and it's crazy that it has to even be iterated. I do think there's something to critique how a lot of superhero media is reactionary in an odd way. I suppose it's a natural consequence of superhero stuff being so ingrained in American culture over the years, in that it has come to represent, you know, childhood, but also like a deep political like patriotism. And so the disillusionment of superheroes is almost kind of like a disillusionment with, like, you know, the media industry, with like the government, with the idea of like a hero, like a symbol of America and all that. So the idea that the now superhero shows are often parodying that concept rather than just playing it straight is, yeah. I think in general, we're all just kind of sick of superheroes playing it straight. Not that it can't be done well, mind you. Like, I still love me a good old Spider-Man or Batman, but after a dozen or so Marvel movies, I think a burnout can definitely occur. While 90s Edge has its issues, I think the response to it was found in a lot of things were a lot better in my days nostalgia that can be very dangerous. Yeah. In general, the mindset of, I wish we could go back to something, no matter the perspective, and no matter how understandable it may be, I think ultimately thinking like that, period, is not a good way to think. Like, yes, sometimes it can be real that, you know, sometimes politically things got worse, and that, like, we had this leader, and we had this law, and that has been turned around. So yes, you could say objectively things were better from a structural sense, but the idea of that kind of nostalgia, it never sits right with me, because it can very, very easily be a stepping stone to, you know, not even particularly fascist or conservative ideology, but just like a sense of defeatism when it comes to progress to the future. Like the idea that like things will never get better, the best days are all behind us, this is it. And it's just like, it's just a fucking bleak way to look at things. I hate to be SpongeBob up in the house, but things won't get better. Yeah, not with that attitude, buddy. Happen. Not me pulling out the Animal Crossing accent. Excuse me. Captain America is imperialist propaganda, plain as day, but I'm a simple man and I cheer every time he blows the fuck up at the Nazis. That's an interesting take, underscore. I have no background in comics. Like, a lot of what I know about comics are mostly DC, as opposed to Marvel. So it's interesting to hear the discussion happening in chat right now. I know for certain that Superman specifically was modeled to be kind of like a Jewish superhero, in that you can argue that a lot of superheroes in their conception and purpose are conservative in nature, but I feel like Superman is one of those where it's pretty hard. You know, it's one of those where it can seem like it because, you know, male power and saving the world and all that. But he seems like he's meant to be emblematic of, you know, fighting for the good in a good way. But again, I don't know too much about comics, so I can only interject so much into this conversation. I do like to see discussions like this. I am very much the guy watching in the conversational cuck chair as everyone is coming to their own conclusions and discussing in what I hope to be a civil manner, because we're mostly all adults and we can do that. Having nationalist iconography baked into your costume when the nation in question is one of the biggest merchants of war is really hard to reconcile. Yeah, that's kind of one point Superman has over Captain America, in that one is like, he kind of represents humanity and goodness, and one is like, woohoo, America, which is inextricably tied with propaganda in a way, even if it may not be intended to be, you know, America over everyone else. This is gonna be my 10,000th time asking, but wait a minute, no, Spider-Man is Marvel, I apologize. Because in my head, like, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, they're all in the same place. They're all in the comics. So I have to remember where Spider-Man is, because I know the big three, you know, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman. I know they're all DC, but like every now and then I get confused as to where Spidey is. Specifically because I like him, so I just associate him mentally with DC. Also probably because his gimmick is fun. I don't know. I'm not big into DC versus Marvel, but maybe I have a penchant for DC in particular because from what I can see, their superheroes are a lot more campy with their gimmick. And so the idea of a Spider-Man just feels spiritually more DC. Webhead hasn't been doing well for over a decade. Well, I was about to say that's what you get for reading superhero comics, but that's really mean, so I'm not gonna say that. Even if I did say that, I would say that with zero venom in my heart. But it's okay. Spider-Man doesn't have to do well in the comics for it to be still a globally recognized symbol of good. Like, even when the Superman movies were, you know, Man of Stealing all over the place, yes, Superman stocks were down, but, you know, he's still recognized as the GOAT. My most embarrassing superhero confession, I will say, is that when I first watched Wonder Woman in theaters, I did pog the fuck out in certain fight scenes because it was playing epic music, and at the time I believed Gal Gadot was doing a stellar job. But now that I look back, I think I was just giving it a bit too much because I was like, alright, come on guys, let's be nice to the first female superhero movie, okay? But I did when I first watched the Wonder Woman movie, I very much enjoyed it. Again, pogging out, but you know, I was probably not going in super critically. I was just going in with superhero. Yeah, you know? Sometimes you go into things with the goal of, I'm going to enjoy this with my parents, which means that any kind of semblance of intellectualism has to go out the door. Because my parents are the type of parents that, like, when we're watching something, they'll go, wait, what is that? What's happening? Which I feel, and what I've seen is a somewhat universal parent experience, is for the parents to go, just recognize like actors or actresses, or just not know what's going on, or to fall asleep. Luckily my parents aren't super bad when it comes to engaging with the movie. It will even get to the point that, like, when I'm walking out of the theater with them afterwards, I'll just be going on and on with my dad joining me and my mom just listening. I'm like, did you get that the moment when that was a reference to Yes, I am cinema-splaining to my parents whenever we watch movies together, but they love it when I do that, because they raised me, so they're taking credit for that. Most of my life with my parents is honestly me explaining things to them excitedly, and them being like, that's nice, sweetie. Have you ever fallen asleep in a movie theater? Not in recent memory. I have definitely fallen asleep in like watching a movie with the family. In which I mean that my dad used to have one of those online accounts where you can, this was before like big streaming and all that. He had like a Korean account where if you paid a membership you had access to essentially streaming movies, and so we would do that to watch movies on his little laptop. And there are definitely movies in which I was just on that couch and I was just conked out because I did not care. There are also some movies on VHS at home in which we probably watched them as a family and I was like, I do not give two hecks about this. Lawrence of Arabia, honk shoe, baby. I think at one point there was even a James Bond movie or something. There's an intro to a movie where there's like a shapeshifter, like some kind of aluminum metal looking shape-shifting thing, and I was like, what is that? And that imagery really stuck with me and nothing else because I fell asleep after the first 10 minutes. Dude. My mom is probably the worst at falling asleep during movies and stuff, but I am not a great example either when it comes to watching something that someone else chose. Do you still have your VHS player? I would. I think we at some point, because a la Korean communities, there are lots of families that go back to Korea after living in America, and we ended up getting a lot of stuff from those people who moved back, such as the flat screen. Like, we did not buy a flat screen on our own, we just got that from a family who was leaving, because for some reason every fucking family that I knew was doing better financially than us, so we kind of got their secondhand stuff, which is fine. But I think one of the stuff we got was one of those DVD Blu-ray players, and it may also be a VHS guy. It's crazy that I grew up in an era where Blu-ray was the new thing, and now it's just as ancient as DVD and VHS. That's crazy to think about. Now coming soon on Blu-ray. You know those little, when you watch a DVD set and say that? Yeah. Now coming soon to video and DVD. Dude, I had the SpongeBob DVD set when I was younger. I watched the shit out of season 3? Yeah, that one. I'm Brazilian, and Captain Brazil made today would kind of be insane to think about. It would be so hard to justify. Interesting. See, that's funny because, like, hypothetically, if I think of someone making a Korean character who's, like, very proudly Korean, like, I have a Korean character who has a fucking Korean flag patched on his, you know, jacket sleeve. Like, that's pretty, in some ways, patriotic. But to think of someone making, like, a specifically, like, a Korean brand doing a Captain Korea, I'd be like, nah, I don't think we can do that. Like, it's one thing to make a Korea in an ensemble of different country captain guys, you know, a la Hitalia or something, but to make the Captain Korea, and I'm like, we have the Taeguki as the cape, and we're... I'd be like, there's too much wrong with our country for you to be pulling stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's why, you know, as much as The Boys is a flawed series, I do love what they do with Homelander, because he is such a, again, I feel like such a, like a level 1 art critic when I say this, but I really like how he's such a perverse take on the idea of a Captain America. And his design is kind of genius, by the way, with the stripes as his cape. Even though it's, you know, it's easy to just come up with what if Superman but evil. It also feels like an extremely natural consequence of having a guy parade around with an American flag strapped to his back. You know? Like, it's not just obvious, it's kind of logical that would be the outcome. That he'd be a little fucked up. Say hello to Gigi. I haven't drawn them in a while. Hello, Gigi. I love drawing the expression that is just their eyes, but there's a big cartoon unibrow over them because they're displeased. Hello, Gigi. There's probably a Korean hero. Oh, absolutely. There's probably, you know, DC or Marvel has done yeah, there's this hero that is from this country, and that's their Superman, you know? In which case, it feels less nationalistic, because it's trying to, even if it's, you know, demeaning and stereotypical, it's at the very least, it's trying to represent them as a sign of goodwill towards a foreign body. But if it's their own country making the Captain America, it kind of feels like, alright, if you want to stand up and stop sucking yourself off, then, you know, let's get somewhere, alright? Alright, time to color in the Jin. Time to get out Ujin's page. Now that I've added the songs to their character page, it just feels less empty, and I'm very happy that this is a thing now. Not to stroke my own schnoz, but sometimes I remember that I basically built up this website from nothing. And I'm like, it's come a long way, you know? I think I'll do all the colors on the same layer, since I'm doing all the line art in the same layer too. Also, while we're here, just so we can see better, make the background nice and dark. You deserve to jack your own schnoz a bit. Dude, you are so right. You are so right. I will say though, just the idea of me going on stream once a week just to draw and talk about my own characters, that in itself kind of feels like a jerk in the schnoz moment. I'm not gonna lie. So, thank you all for allowing me to do that. Do such terrible exhibitionist things in front of y'all every week. It's a delight to be here. You put a lot of work into Chromosyn. It's come such a long way. It's a feat to be getting anything out of it. Aww. Bro, that is very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, I will admit that sometimes when it comes to a project like Chromosynth, in the grand scheme of things, I have to look back and think about the progress I've made as a whole. Because when I think of it incrementally, again, this is just a character flaw of mine, unfortunately. I just think about all the stuff I could do and haven't done, and in the best circumstances, it motivates me to keep going. So at least there's that. But yeah, you know, let that be your lesson for today. If you go on chromosynth.net, you'll see all that, and I somehow still find a reason to be insecure. It can happen to you, it can happen to any of us. If Chromosynth have nose fans, then me, you, and Sappy are dead! Hello, XYB. Hello, hello. Thank you for sending us constant updates on your little Mustis, by the way. I love seeing what they get up to. Kitten activities. At what point does a cat stop becoming a kitten? I'm assuming it's a size thing more than an age thing. Because when I think of the difference between dog and puppy, I definitely visually associate with its size. She was super tiny when we got her. Yeah. Aww. She's a bit bigger, but still a kitten then. Aww. I will always have a soft spot for baby animals. I feel like it's kind of biologically wired in us to look at baby anythings and be a little like... You know, speaking of nationalism and flags and all that, when Korea was playing Die Tschechische Republik, as Germans would say, I felt a bit patriotic, and I looked around and I realized I don't have a Korean flag with me, which is crazy. The best thing I have, in which I might not even have it with me in this apartment, is a hat I got from Korea that is, unfortunately, it's a red hat, but it has Korean flags on it, and it's very patriotic. I don't even have Korean flags. Dude, sorry. Dude, I only have the flags from these 3 countries. I'm from one of these, and I'm sort of from these 2 also, but like my Korea country isn't in one of these. What the hell? In my Club Penguin account, I put the Korean flag before the buy pin, so clearly, you know, something isn't right here. You can't wear a red hat in public, or can I? Checkmate, liberals. Just kidding. So it turns out I don't have the red hat, and so this is the closest color I could get. But yeah, I think I left it in Kansas where my parents are. Kirby can be a Korean icon if you try. If there's any Korean person you associate with Kirby, I hope it's me. You know what? I honestly can't. There are some Korean artists out there who can draw the most amazing Kirby illustrations ever. They deserve the podium more than me. I don't do jack shit for Kirby. Yes, I preach. Yes, I proselytize. But do I actually create? I do not. I contribute nothing. That's fine. That's my lot in life. Alright. Now that I'm working on an honest-to-God illustration, gotta put in the legwork. It is laborious. You know, Safi brought up something interesting in the server, and I guess it's interesting to discuss here, because it has to do with playlists, which I'm still going through, by the way. Not as much, because I'm prioritizing this, first and foremost, but, Safi brought up an interesting qualm, and they said that there aren't a lot of songs about specific family, like parent-child dynamics. Not that there aren't any, but when it comes to, you know, the general mainstream, it's not very common. And even at the very, you know, to a broader extent, songs that aren't strictly about, man, how I feel towards you, my romantic Listen, I'm not trying to be a hater about love and romance. Some of the best songs are about love and romance, but when you're trying to find something that fits a character, and you don't need it to be about a character's relationship with someone else, it just has to be about them, and all the songs you find are like, oh man, this personality that is expressed is perfect, and then they go, and that is how I feel towards you, girl, the girl who's watching this, when listening to this song, who I love, girl, commitment, girl, and I'm like, dang it, got me. Which is funny, because I'm usually all about romance, but when it comes to music, sometimes I just want to hear a story about an individual, you know? Five-colored Chinese flag. I am curious. Huh. That kind of reminds me of the... What is it? The Seychelles flag? Sorry, I pronounce it like Seychelles. Like I'm a father and I'm trying to teach my newborn how to pronounce my favorite restaurant. But Seychelles, that flag, it almost has the same colors. That red, yellow, blue. But it doesn't have the green. But yeah, that's a weird flag. The five striped China flag. Like for some reason I guess seeing blue isn't that unnatural. It's just doing too much. Like the red, yellow, blue is one thing, but then also the white and the black is so striking. And like, I mean that in the bad way. It's just, yeah, I'm glad they changed it. Damn. Country is very focused on family and friends. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Dude, I was making a playlist for one of my characters, and a character who is strongly defined by her relationship to religion, mind you. And so, you know, naturally I went, alright, let's try to find some songs that maybe talk about one's experiences with religion. And it was, to my shock, really hard to find a song like that that wasn't just like a Christian youth group counselor patting you on the shoulder and going, "Isn't Jesus awesome? Like, good for you, man, but that's not the vibe I'm trying to bring here." You know? I have a song on my lesbian characters playlist that hits all the vibe, but it says boy at one point. If you're lucky, you may find a cover that changes it so it's to girl. Every now and then I do get lucky and I find covers that are intentionally, you know, making them queer in a certain way, which is fun. But yeah, it does suck if you have a character with very specific preferences and there's just like that one little detail that makes it inaccurate. If their relationship is God is scary, I mean, it's not quite that. Like, listen, if I wanted to find a song about people getting jaded against religion, I'd listen to Losing My Religion by R.E.M., which is a great song, but it's more so the idea of someone having a personal religious journey and kind of discovering that faith while also understanding that their relationship with faith and themselves is not perfect. And it's sort of hard to find that because a lot of the songs are, man, religious sucks, or man, religion is awesome. And I'm like, man, those, you can feel that way, but give me some in-betweens, you know? Let me have the songs that are like, religion is scary, which is true, and also it can be profound, you know? I have an insanely long character playlist for my OCs. I use them to plan out the characters, but I add a bunch of songs I like. Yeah, that's always fun. I know we had a discussion before about the art of making a good character playlist, but if the function of your playlist is just for your own personal like reasons to listen to as you develop them, then, you know, you do you. Do what you gotta do. Like, Rowan's playlist does not have fucking Animal by Neon Trees anymore because he is not solely defined by that anymore. But every now and then I'll listen to that and be like, yeah, that could be him. Let yourself indulge a little bit. Here we go again. I think I wanna be more than friends. Sorry, it's a good song. I'll take it easy on me. I'm afraid I'll never satisfy. Uh-oh, I want some more. Uh-oh, what are you waiting for? Taking to my heart tonight. It's a good song. Sir, it's a good song. You think you know that song? It's a good song! Look up Animals by Neon Trees. If you listen to my original Chroma playlist, it was on there for Rowan. So you may recognize it there. It's kind of crazy that multiple people have told me that they have discovered songs, like songs that they like, and artists that they would like because of my playlists. It's astonishing to me because I always think not good things about my own music taste, especially from back then, so I'm shocked to be the person to introduce something to them in a way that is a positive difference in their life, and not, man, this shit is ass. Oh, Creatures by Half Alive, gotcha. Wait, Half Alive? Isn't that Valve game? I do not know enough about Half-Life to continue riffing on that, I apologize. I don't know how to write OCs or anything. Well, XYB. What matters is that you are writing. Then you will learn and you will grow. And growing is half the battle. Burger King. Gordon Freeman from Half-Life be like, I'm old. I mean, he's probably like in his 40s, right? That's a cromulent reference, right? Anyway. Do people in Chromasin have a favorite food or dish? I would say I haven't made extensive notes on the taste preferences for my characters because I'm not that much of a masochist, but there are definitely characters that have defined palates. You know, they have sweet tooths, they like candy, they like meaty things, they're vegetarian, stuff like that. When it comes to their favorite foods, usually there's like I have a chef character, and if that chef character makes an appearance on their relationships page, they'll probably mention a food that they like. It's my way of expressing that without making adding it to their bio in a big list, because that would take up a bit too much. And it's also kind of superfluous at the end of the day. Does anyone feel like writing YouTube advice kind of sucks? I am not familiar with writing advice YouTube. So Godspeed, Kapita. I know that there are some YouTubers out there that does media analysis and critique who are very good. So, but when it comes to writing specifically, or that community at the very least, I am not familiar. The intricacies of the jacket. Okay, that doesn't. I did the lines wrong. So much of it is really fringe world building knowledge. A lot of media analysis. It seems like media analysis, but framed as advice. Interesting. It doesn't teach people the fundamentals of the medium. Interesting. Like grammar? Again, I write, but I would not define myself as a writer first, so I'm not particularly tuned into this kind of discourse, but that's really interesting. Does anyone keep giving their OCs the same hairstyle or hair color? I definitely had a phase when I was very young where the characters I gave hair all had the same general texture and all that. I also have this awful habit that remains to this day where I give characters brown or black hair. I guess you could say that is a quirk of mine, mostly because I find that characters having natural hair grounds the design a lot more, and so it's both an intentional challenge I give to myself and also a personal preference that I let kind of bleed through. Because if I'm gonna give a character like blue hair and pronouns, then they're gonna have to earn it. That doesn't go to everyone. It's kind of why I have beef with character designs that use the bright and obnoxious non-human hair color thing, but doesn't use it well and just uses it as a, whoa, isn't it crazy this character has green hair? Whoa. You know? It's specifically an anime thing I see a lot, where it's like, is there anything that defines this character aside from their hair color being this color? Anything at all? I love blondes. Long hair is amazing and elegant. I see it as a sign of beauty and status. I guess there may be a historical precedent for that, XYB. But whenever it comes to like personal preferences and all that, always be sure to look at your preferences and biases and examine why you may think that way. Not to say that inherently the thing that you're doing is bad or wrong, but there's always room to be like examining if you think that way because it was just I like it that way, or is it because there are preconceived notions that are influenced by society and whatnot. There's a reason why blonde is shorthand for rich kid, is all I'm saying. I mean, yeah, I understand the, you know, like the blonde, white, rich kid stereotype, I guess. It's kind of partly why I made Yuna the yellow, because that's kind of what she is. She's the snobby rich girl, but she's not white, but she's still got the yellow about her, so it's kind of there as well. Because color-wise, you definitely associate it with stuff like that. All my blonde OCs are also evil, so maybe I'm being evil. I would say in general, XYB, like, have fun, do what you wish, but also, variety is the spice of life, and you should always try to explore beyond your comfort zone and see what works. Because sometimes there you'll find that you enjoy things that you wouldn't think you enjoy. Like, XYB, you were describing your type, and from what I've seen, like, the Eustace is kind of not that. So the fact that we have an example of kind of an opposite of that is like, you know, the human spectrum is incredible in the innate diversity that it offers. And the beauty of that isn't just the different stuff they can wear, the different personalities, but also the different ways they can look. My Eustace OC is blonde and blue-eyed and evil. XYB, I mean no offense with this, but Eustace is great because he is a brunette fuck-up. Like, don't get me wrong, I love me an evil blonde white person who is just like nasty evil, but like you can't have too many of those or it's gonna come. I'm not saying it's coming off like particularly bad, but it's like you gotta rep your own once in a while, you know? You don't get his hair color? What? I think his hair color being kind of like an auburny brown, as well as it being this fluffy thing, really cements him as someone who is not particularly special. And I think that does a good job at portraying that. Like, if his hair was platinum blonde or some shit, I'd be like worried that he comes from like an Aryan family or something, and that's a whole other assumption to make about a character. The fact that he's so relatively plain looking in color scheme allows people to look for other things that define him and make him stand out, which is his amazing personality. Blonde for evil characters is interesting, because in my experience, blonde evil characters are often trying to relate to these characters. To fallen angels and stuff. Yeah. Fundamentally, we live in a... We cannot not acknowledge the fact that our society is, you know, driven by colorism. And that extends to hair color. Like, there's white people colorism, guys. Like, that's how we get hair color stuff. In which, you know, blonde white girls as opposed to red-headed white girls and brunette white girls. Like, that's a whole thing. Fun fact, because of that pervasive American thing, I actually thought when I was younger that natural blondes didn't exist, and every blonde I saw was someone who dyed their hair. Because I'm like, alright, it can't be real that you grow it like that. Again, child at the time, but you can understand where I got the confusion considering I was surrounded by a culture that just loved being like, yeah, this, not mine. Doing it anyway. A lot of angels in paintings are brunettes, actually. Oh, Capita, that is absolutely right. Yeah, if you look at paintings of, like, you know, cherubs and like fucking gods and deities, I mean, a lot of them are on the I would say the pinker, paler side, but hair color wise, you'll see a decent diversity, and also texture as well. Like, cherubs are commonly have a very curly hair texture. Really blonde isn't that common in classical paintings for a reason. Yeah, because like Greek in Italy and shit, they're not pumping out blondes. Like, maybe if you go to traditional Scandinavian paintings, maybe you'll find some there. But for the most part, yeah. I will say that XYB, making all your angels blonde and white and using history to justify it, I will say that even if it's something that is depicted in history, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to adhere to it. Sometimes it's all the more reason to defy that preconception because it hasn't been done before. And it also may, you know, feed into the idea that the blondness and the whiteness is something that is inherently good. Even if the characters themselves are evil, mind you, if they are literal, like, you know, angelic beings, there's still going to be that sort of notion. So all I'm just saying is be a little cautious. It's part of my lore. You can't be unique in heaven, and anything that isn't the standard means you go to hell. Ah, okay. You have something set up. I don't mean to infringe upon that. Of course. Wait, so you mean heaven has white people colorism? Dude, if you're born a brunette white person, you get kicked out of hell? Dude, white people were right. They are oppressed. Wait. Dude, my friend Jenny at school, who was like complaining that she didn't get proportionate treatment because she's not blonde. Dude, she was right. Whoa. Dude, white people, maybe they do deserve rights. Maybe they had it pretty hard up, actually. It's kind of like those, oh my god, I fucking hate it when books do this, but when people, specifically white people who have no concept or they don't want to acknowledge skin tone differences, they're like, this is a world where you get discriminated based on the color of your eyes. What? That's crazy. It's like bad. What? And then like the message is, dude, no matter what size you are, your gender, your eye color, and like they always throw in eye color as like the, wow, color, we're all the same. And I'm like, are you 12? Like, this is Zootopia levels. I don't want this to be about actual racism, so I'm gonna dumb it down so I'm comfortable. Holy. Hell is overpopulated. Wait, where have I heard this I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that the Hell show has a dominion over the idea of heaven versus hell. It's been around for as long as humans have been, you know, Jesus and all that. But all I'm saying is that I know exactly what the Hell show does wrong, so I'm not accusing you of, you know, anything about that, but I'm saying as someone who is very familiar with their sins, tread carefully where you go. Because religious stuff, as fun and, you know, deep as it may seem, if you don't have a genuine interest in actually exploring religion and how complex it can be, it's gonna come off not great. Like, the Has-Been show is a very good example of using religion as a backdrop but not actually wanting to explore anything interesting about it. Like, I've heard this comparison being made before, but could you imagine if with the inaccuracies that they've gotten from biblical characters and whatnot, imagine if they made like a Has-Been hotel but with Greek gods? Dude, the outrage for the inaccuracies would be tenfold, because some autistics do not play about their Greek mythology. So, you know, just keep that in mind, that this is a whole religion, and so having things be inaccurate or just in poor taste, it matters a little more than you think. Even if Christianity seems like the easy religion to like punch down and make fun of, like there's still like a history and lore about it. Like, if you're gonna make fun of it, at least make fun of what it is rather than what it isn't. You know what? You know what's really funny in this discussion? I did have a heaven and hell, like, not pilot, but when I was taking a screenwriting class in college, one of the concepts I came up with, like, centered around the 7 deadly sins and the idea of a heaven and hell. I think I've explained this on stream once before, but the idea was that heaven and it was mostly about hell more than heaven. But it was the idea that the main characters were this struggling college student, and Belphegor, the demon prince of sloth. So in my story, they're the traditional princes of the deadly sins, and they're all in their own little districts in hell. And so hell exists and demons exists, but it's one of those interesting things where, it's not, this has been played before, but it's the idea where Belphegor comes in and they're like, hey, don't talk too bad about demons, because in the original mythology, like, when humans made contract with demons, it was humans that never committed to the contract and were dishonest, and demons were very like business-like, and they were offering an opportunity. Like, I love the idea in general about the idea that demons and the devil are the ones who reach out, even if they are in manipulative, while angels are more passive but judgmental. Like, that idea about Christianity has always fascinated me. So the idea of having this demon prince who, again, sloth. So there's the idea of he's at the bottom of the prince totem pole. By the way, the princes aren't actually biological brothers. The idea of a prince is a status thing. So there's the conflict of, okay, Belphegor, I know you're the Prince of Sloth, and so you're not doing shit, but if you continue not doing shit as the ruler of your own little sloth domain, we can, kick you out and replace you with another demon prince. Because guess what? Canonically, in the Christianity canon, there are, different interpretations of different princes of sin. So I took the opportunity to be like, oh, this other demon, a minor demon, could replace you as the Prince of Sloth. So he has that conflict of, all right, so, I'm gonna try to do this contract thing because it's gonna get my numbers good, I'm gonna be productive. And so he makes a contract with a college student who I was definitely not projecting any particular experiences on. A college student who has basically just given up and is so at the end of the rope that they're like, I have resorted to occult demon summoning rather than actually going to anyone for help, because I would rather do this than that. And to their surprise, it works, and they're like, all right, can you help me fix my brain so I can study, so I can get good grades and all that. And so I can honestly scrounge up the screenplay. I definitely still have it. I have it somewhere because I remember expanding upon it a bit, and I'll find it eventually. But it was the idea of, okay, so Belphegor is okay, so, and also the second strongest demon, the Mammon, the demon prince of greed, is kind of the very businessman. He's the one facilitating the contracts between the demons and the humans. So he's like, all right, I know a demon for the job, so I'll can you tell I've worked in freelance because of this contract stuff? Anyway, so okay, I've got you connected with this demon guy. And so the college kid is like, so can you fix my brain? And then Belphegor's like, so I can't actually, manipulate your stuff. I can encourage you to do things, devil on your shoulder, literally, but I can't go into your brain and do stuff for you. And so the college kid is like, dude, what the fuck? I was ripped off. And he's like, well, while I'm here, I'm, you're gonna pay the price, with your body. And then, I think in the lore, it was, the idea that demons feed off of human energy, which can be, blood. And so Belphegor, tries to, poke a straw in there and sip their blood. And they're like, oh my god, fuck, this tastes awful. And they're like, yeah, I haven't really been eating very well, and I haven't been taking care of myself. And they're like, dude, you don't take any supplements? And no, oh. And they're like, all right, well, maybe I can feed off of your dreams. So I'm how much sleep do you get per night? And they're like, 3 hours. I'm like, fuck, I can't feed off of this person at all. I can't do shit. Oh, so it's kind of a situation where Belphegor's like, the only way this contract can be broken is either the human just like fucking dies, or it gets, you know, it gets fulfilled. And so Belphegor, it becomes this story where these two begrudgingly become like companions and friends, because the stakes for both of them are the idea of feeling like they are failures in their own society, and then connecting with this intra-societal world and seeing that like, oh, things work that way, and even though you have this and that, you still feel like you're lacking something. And I don't know, I've always loved the kind of Star Versus-esque of like, dude, this is my friend from another dimension, or all that. But specifically where each episode you explore like a different part of that demon world and all that. I think I remember seeing this. Can you pull up the art for it? Do I have art for it? That is the question. Yeah, I feel like I definitely have like text documents from it somewhere, because I saved it and I formatted it in a fancy like film screenplay way. Ew, I just found my old Tumblr art as I was going through my folders. Dude, you want to see my old Tumblr art? Dude, this is me! This is me as a Korean! It doesn't look so realistic? I drew that! How old was I, actually? I don't know how old I was. I must have been maybe 13? Dude, that was me! I drew myself! Can you tell? I don't know why I gave myself red... Did I have red glasses then? Maybe. But can you tell this was drawn in Paint Tool Sai with this default ass colors? And I was like, I have no sense of identity, but I'm Korean! Ha 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 ha! You know. Oh hell yeah. Do you want to see this ancient Dude, I was on my RP account making fan art for just bullshit. 2018? Was it? No, it wasn't 2018. I was 19 in 2018. You think I was drawing this? That's the most Korean I've ever seen someone be. Thank you. That's an honor. But yeah, this classic Tumblr era shit. Yeah. That's the stuff. But yeah, just you know, you can see something there with the form, with the shape of the hair and the something like that, but the anatomy is it's still leaving something to be desired, admittedly. Man, I cannot find my draft. Maybe it's on a USB somewhere. Oh, I found it. Sorry. It's in my downloads. What the fuck? What is it doing there? Alright, so do you guys want to take an art break for a quick second and look at this fucking script that I wrote in college? Do you guys want to do that? We'll read through it. It'll be quick, I promise. It'll be quick. But let's go into the streaming booth, or actually let's go to this one. And then let me where do I display? Here? Where? The game. Yes, let's put the game there. And then Yahoo! Yay! Okay, here we go. Alright, so this is the real, for real script, by the way. This is not the show Bible, by the way. The show Bible is different. But this is the script. And if this is here, then I actually might have the Bible somewhere, because we had to make that for the final project. Is that we had to make the script for the screenplay for the first episode, and then a general show Bible. And I got way into it, basically. I'm trying to. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Damn, my files are not organized. Anyway, So, in classroom day, Professor Binsfield is wrapping up Religion 101. Oh yeah, Sam Myers! That's my non-binary protag! And then, just as he stand up, a paper slapped on the desk, Sam jumps. So the professor, basically, we open on a classroom, Sam has fallen asleep, they did a shit job on the test, and then Sam looks like a hollowed out shell of a person, and then they pack their things, and the professor is like, hey, listen, if you need help, I'm here. And then Sam is a mess, and oh yeah, I use Celtics. That's a nice program. But Sam gets out of there. Oh yeah, Sam has a friend, Billy Voros. Yeah, also non-binary by the way, because I was that bitch. But yeah, so this is the summoning scene where Sam goes ahead and makes a satanic circle while their friend, who is, you know, a good student, is like, you know, you can like talk to the professor and like I can help you. But Sam is so allergic to asking someone for help and showing that vulnerable side, is that, you know, so like they have a knife and everything, and Billy's like, don't hurt yourself, and Sam says, that's just the last resort, I need to be alive to get my degree. And Billy says, you know, I tutor, right? I've helped a student worse off than you. And then actually originally Billy was like a rival for Sam, but I wanted them to be friends first because I think it'd be fun to give them like company in the human world. So Sam is like, all right, so the demon I'm summoning is going to be a knowledge, you know, it's going to be a demon that will help me pass the test. So should I do like a knowledge demon or a success demon? And so I did actually look up some satanic stuff. And so, yes. So they, you know, Billy offers the study partner thing, and Sam is like, I really wanted to encompass I mean, I was depressed in college, so this is partly from my own experiences. But also, it's the idea of just feeling so bad that you refuse reaching out to other people because you think so little of yourself. It's that kind of thing. And so Sam does the prayer where they summon the devil, and then Billy is outside the room looking concerned. So they clutch the cross necklace under their skirt. So the idea that Billy, like their good friend, is a devout Christian and Sam is doing all this devil shit. So since their eyes are closed, they don't see how the lines of circles start glowing. And then I actually looked up a real satanic prayer for this. And so the glowing stops as Sam opens their eyes. And then suddenly the entire circle lights up, the room shaking so hard that Sam gets thrown back. Somehow the fabric stays in place, the candles seemingly weighing it down. When one of the candles falls over, burning a little corner of the fabric, Sam quickly stomps out the fire in a panic. And then the business demon goes, Someone appears. He holds a clipboard, adjusting his glasses coolly. Sam looks somewhat disheveled. I want to pass. The demon nods and begins writing. Which gender? No, this is about a class. I need a credit more than I need a gender. The demon looks them up and down and then writes some more. Let us proceed with the contract. They're writing this fire? Sorry. He summons a tablet and a pen, turning them towards Sam. Sam cautiously accepts it, like it'll catch fire if mishandled. Make sure to sign your initials in the boxes and your full name on the line. Sam accepts the tablet and gleans the text. They appear at the offering section, which shows a nasty diagram of a demon juicing a human like an orange. A pause. They sign. A pleasure doing business with you. Your assigned demon will arrive shortly. The demon bows politely and turns around. Sam reaches out. Before you go, Mr. Devil. Mammon. Sorry, Miss Devil, the name is Mammon. Mammon, sorry if this is a dumb question, but is the offering part permanent? As long as the demon provides their services, you provide the offering in return. The contract's completion ends this transaction. Is that all? Cool. Yeah, thanks. Bye. And Sam waves as Mammon nods and exits, the room lighting up before returning to normal. Sam sits there. They touch one of the candle flames, yelping and nursing the burn. Oh, okay, yeah, that was real. Ouch. And so, another scene. They got the capital sin guy, yeah. Sam sits down at their usual desk. They yawn, they get out the usual notes. But as Sam starts writing, they also nod off. Oh wait, I'm trying to see what y'all can see, so y'all can wake up. Sam jolts and looks around, panicked. No one, except for the few neighboring students who look at them strangely, had spoken to them. They confusedly readjust their posture and try to pay attention again, but they feel their eyelids. Oh, don't make me say it again! I don't. Admittedly, I gave them a very Rowan-esque accent, so very, like a little street boy, like rough around the edges, you know? So, Sam more subtly looks around, seeing no culprit once more. Are you my demon? Gross, you don't own me. The voice reveals his physical form, floating lazily in the air next to Sam. He's dressed similarly formally as Mammon, though he looks like a chiller, messier person. Honestly, if there's anything I like about the Helltaker, is that the game? Helltaker? The demon puzzle game with the girls? One thing I do like about it is the idea of business formal with demons. Like, I think that's what I liked about that, so I did that. So, Mammon, if anything, you're my subordinate, or client if you want to be boring. Sam's opened their mouth but thinks twice. They notice the other students don't see the demon. Instead, they write. Yeah, personally, I don't like it in media where they're like arguing and loudly conversing with an invisible entity and don't realize that they look stupid until after. It just gives me secondhand embarrassment. So I wanted to avoid that by having the protagonist be like more conscious of that. So they start writing. I thought you were going to give me good luck or a spell? You think I'm gonna do all the work for you? I'd rather watch you struggle. The demon stretches, looking ready for a nap. He smiles smugly as Sam looks more desperate. Or wisen up and follow my orders. Up to you. Annoyed writing, isn't this against some rules? As long as you're failing, I get to snack. Nothing in the contract against it. The demon flies into Sam and disappears. Sam winces in pain. Soon the demon flies back out, gagging with disgust. Ugh, your blood pressure's terrible. Ever heard of potassium? Sam gives a defeated shrug. I forget to eat sometimes. The demon shakes his head. Then, when do you sleep? I haven't had fun with nightmares in a while. Unrepentant writing. 6 to 9 a.m. What? That barely gets you into REM 3. Shit, human, are you some kind of masochist? You don't get off to this, do you? Sam struggles to hold back self-deprecating laughter. Almost in spite, they pick up the pencil and listen to the lecture, tuning out the demon. He crosses his arms, annoyed. Well, you better start paying attention. Maybe it'll clean up that mess you call a soul, too. Sam gives the slightest of nods to show that they heard. They look at Professor Binsfield, who smiles back, seeing that they're awake. Near the front of the classroom, Billy gives them a concerned glance they don't notice. The scene fades out. The demon snapping at Sam whenever they nod off. Sam looks somewhat bothered, but also somewhat content. Like it's nice to have some fun company. Yeah. Int. Mammon's office, ? In a deep red, regal-looking office, Mammon sips his coffee as he does paperwork. He glances now and then at various monitors lining the walls, filled with glowing numbers and graphs like a Wall Street stock market. This is my bedtime story. I'm doing the YouTube thing where it's the hour-long reading to you while you go to sleep. It's punishment time! Another demon busts through the door dressed like a police officer. Mammon looks irked, though he keeps focused. Put your hands in the air! No. Come on, man, play along just this once! You'll regret wasting my time, Satan. Mammon spares a deadly glare. Satan begrudgingly reholsters his medieval weapon, pouting as Mammon returns to his work. Whatever, I just haven't seen Belf today. Thought he'd be with you. Oh, I suppose you wouldn't know. I gave him contract work. You did? I thought you two were on the outs. Satan walks up to Mammon's desk and leans on it casually. If he's shirking responsibilities here, I might as well give him a job that'll get him out of my— Oh, that's Mammon. Never mind. I'm making mistakes like I'm doing an LP. If he's shirking responsibilities here, I might as well give him a job that'll get him out of my hair. If you keep talking, I won't mind doing that again. Oh, you and your numbers. Go outside and punch someone. It's good for you. The phone rings and Mammon picks it up. His poker face turns into a sardonically cheerful one. Oh, would you look at that? An opening! Satan, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, fuck that! In a flash, the door slams and the room quiets once more. Mammon hums contently, puts the phone back down, and gets back to work. And that was... It's like not the most fancy first episode in that there's only like, what, 4 scenes? But that is the kind of pilot concept of... I called it devil on both shoulders because I couldn't think of anything else. I couldn't think of another like devil demon-y pun, I'm not gonna lie. So that's the best I got. Do I have the pitch Bible somewhere? I probably do. I wouldn't have thrown it away. While I'm here, I'm just gonna look in my Google Drives. So it honestly could be on a USB somewhere. But yeah, I had a whole pitch Bible where I explains exactly what the series was about, what themes it would tackle, what the broader characters, and then like at one point, like Billy, Sam's friend, like he gets together with the demon of lust as Asmodeus, I think. Like that was a whole thing. Like the idea that Billy would be swept up into things despite being the very Christian friends. It gets the basic idea of the premise along like a good pilot should. Yeah, thank you. The screenwriting class was so fun. Dude, if you like, animations and just shows in general, screenwriting is a really great way of honing your writing chops specifically. Because admittedly, I did not have too much writing experience, professional-esque writing experience. So it was a good way to do that. And now, honestly, the way ChromaSynth is formatted now is partly inspired by how screenplays work, because I think it's the most convenient way of expressing things. That's why ChromaSynth looks like that. It's like a comic, but also a screenplay. Alright, also let's change this music. Nostalgic Pokemon music to help you focus on your work. Pikachu in the but I'm underwater, that's perfect! We're underwater right now! Turn that shit up. Man, I have some shit in my Google Docs that I gotta organize. Shit from all the years. I gotta really clean that stuff up. But yeah, it's funny because ChromaSynth has been around as my first and really main original content thing. And everything that I've kind of come up with has always been in the same universe with, extended cast and whatnot. But the Devil on Both Shoulders story was the first time that I challenged myself to make something that is not inherently color-based. And what do you know? I wanted to tackle something about religion because... bleh. That's my twisted up Joker version of the Eto bleh. But yeah, I'm still somewhat attached to it, and I think it would make for a fun, mini project. And if I were perhaps an ambitious influencer, I would make a Kickstarter for the pilot and all that. But I know my limits, and I don't think I'm fit to be a director. And I think this was definitely around the time when Hazbin Hotel was still a pilot. So obviously the idea of making heaven, hell, demon stuff was around, but I think there was a part of me that purposefully went in with the idea of, you know, I don't know. I didn't want it to come off as something that the idea of the demons being more morally gray as a species as opposed to representations of evil is not, you know, it's not the most revolutionary concept at this point in time, but at the very least the idea of the religion as a way of, you know, as religion itself as not being something that is objectively good or bad either. That's ideas that I like to explore. Sorry for being late, I just got done watching Spider Noir. Oh yeah, that's a movie! Totally forgot that's a movie that is out right now. Hope you had fun. So, I know so little about Spider Noir. Is Nicolas Cage in it? Because that would make the difference. Coloring in Millie is the easiest shit in the world. Oh yes. Oh. Well, I mean, Apollo, I asked because I know that he played Noir in the Spider-Verse movies. And from my knowledge, the Spider-Verse movies was basically the mainstream's introduction to Spider-Noir. So I'm assuming he didn't really have a canonical actor until the Spider-Verse movies. Oh, it's made by fucking Phil Lord and Chris Miller. I do not know their first names, but yeah, it's the guys. Aren't those the guys behind Spider-Verse and also Clone High that we talked about earlier? Man, those guys can be crazy talented and funny most of the time. Alright, this is one of those designs where I have to look at the reference because God almighty, it's kind of like a lot of my designs are relatively symmetrical because it helps me keep track of them, but they're like 80% symmetrical and 20% asymmetrical, and I think that's an important ratio to keep in mind because if it's way too asymmetrical, you just start losing track of all that. But if it's all symmetrical, it just gets really boring real quick. You gotta add those little bits of asymmetry. And that asymmetry is generally why I need to look at the references. And why I can't do it off the top of the dome. Oh yeah, they made Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs too! They made that as well! That was a pretty good movie! I watched the sequel. The sequel was interesting. Now, why did I do that with the wrong color? See, this is why I literally was just talking about the asymmetry and I just copied on the other side when it's not that. Guys. Clown University over here. Happy Pride Month, by the way. Just a reminder, you know? I feel like ever since I stopped being a teenager, I haven't been as cringe-worthily gay since then. Cause you know that classic teenage like Tumblr gay, like I'm a gay little gremlin, be gay, do crimes, and I'm like, alright. I mean, at a certain point, it gets a little alright. I'm employed. I can't be doing that all the time. But there is this level of like, you know, I watched my Butterfly Soup playthrough and I'm like, man, I was cringe then, but at least I was a little free. So I should try to embody that a bit as well. Sorry for being autistic about something. I'm sorry, did you have the impression that that would be not welcome here? Also, it wasn't even a lot. You made like 2 paragraphs. You want to see some real autism? It's enough to fill like more than you can imagine. Yes, I am power scaling autism. Yes, that is correct. I'm definitely a co-captain of something neurodivergent. I wouldn't necessarily say that I am. Again, like this is my own perspective. I don't think I'm. You know what? I can't be making definitive statements. As a classic scholar would say, people be saying things so definitively. I think it just depends. But I think saying definitively I am autistic would be an overgeneralization for what is wrong with me, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm definitely neurodivergent, but when it comes to autism, I feel like that is a crown that I cannot claim. I don't know. Like, yes, it's a spectrum, and I don't have to follow things one-to-one, but I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that Royal is very much the captain of the autism ship, and a lot of the people in chat are, you know, what is it? Fucking crew members, and I'm just a passenger, bro. I am Captain Autism. Bro, we were just talking about Captain America earlier. Can you imagine Captain Autism? Dude, I stand for the flag. Dude, what country are you from? That's awesome. Wait, I keep seeing hot girls with this flag in their bio. What country is that? It's the autism flag. Bro, wait. Man. By the way, if you are wondering this, I can answer this for you. Yes, I still get a little jump in my heart whenever I see someone with a Sang pit crew icon in the wild. Like, I'll see it a little more now because it's the time of the Pride, but every now and then I'll see it, and sometimes I'll mistake someone else's style for mine, like my old style, because it's like sort of angled the same way, and I'm like, wait, no, alright, no. But sometimes it will be mine, and I get the intrusive like thought to DM them and say, hey, thanks for using my thing, but also that'd be fucking weird, so I don't do that. But I think it, because whenever I see people wearing it, it kind of feels like for some people it's like, do they know the risks of doing that they're going to be associated with cringe, and I just feel bad for them, and yeah. I mean, that's still a thing. Like, I hope that people who use my icons will not get harassed for just using the pit crew. Was honestly one of the worst outcomes of it. Like, say shit about me. Like, I made it. You can say the art looks dookie, the creator doesn't know how to draw anatomy, the angle, the face is wrong, whatever. But if someone's just using it for fun and you're like, that says something about them in a negative way, it's like, that's just not fair to them. Oh, got me worked up. Mililani's eye is not sticking right with me. It is quite wide. So let me try to fix it a bit. Oh yeah, I forgot his complex ass eye shines. Like glow sticks. Oh, speaking of Pokemon, I was assisting a young man, a child actually. When I say young man, I thought I would sound like professional neutral, but he was like a little ass child. But he was wondering about the Pokemon books we had, and so I eagerly led him to our Fruitful Pokemon section, which always has, I mean, it's not a Pokemon section, it's in the non-fictions, when you get around the, what is it, maybe like the 600s-ish, that's when you get into tech stuff, and you'll see Minecraft and stuff in around the same section, and Pokemon is almost always there. So I went ahead and, showed him what we got, as well as some of the Pokemon Adventures manga, which may not have been the smartest move, considering he looked like he was maybe 10 oldest, and some of the Pokemon manga can get a little not for anyone under age of 13, but at the very least I showed him Pokemon Adventures like Red, which seemed cartoonish enough. So yeah, he enjoyed all those Pokemon books. I asked him what game he liked because, the Pokemon manga is sorted by the game, and the dad said he hasn't played a Pokemon game yet, and I'm like, oh. So what, is he just like the show? Cute. It's kind of crazy how far Pokemon's come in the mainstream. He did say he liked Mew. He pointed out Mew as a Pokemon, and the adventure manga that I happened to pick up did have a Mew in one of the pages, so I showed it to him, and he seemed quite pleased. It's funny how I feel like I'm specifically built for juvenile services like that, because if a grown adult comes to me and asks me for recommendations for an adult fucking sci-fi book, I'll go like, Meanwhile, a kid goes, "Do you have Dogman?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir, right this way, sir." Dude, when it comes to, like, the J's, I know the scene inside and out, bro. Mostly because when I was a little J myself, you know, I scoured that area. But now that I'm a grown adult, it's still there. I can still read it like the back of my hand. Especially the graphics. That was all I was doing. La 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 la. I love that dinky ass trumpet. So this is definitely Gen 3. It's definitely also like a later route. Yeah, I'm not a Pokemon expert by any means. I'm just grasping at straws. Is this in Sinnoh? Maybe. Hold on. It's 19. 19. Okay, so that's. Oh, you're right. It's Route 209 and 212 in Diamond and Pearl. I was just so wrong. I think it's one of those things where I've listened to so many Pokemon music compilations that my memories of my own childhood are blending in there. That's fun. How Japanese! I'm not gonna lie, a part of the reason why I have a soft spot for Gen 2, specifically, it's just, it feels just so, like, they wanted to make a game that is so Japanese, and they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude, represent your culture. This isn't really expressed in his, you know, art, because the only animated parts are the blinks. But I love the idea of Millie's design being so futuristic that he has these moving musical parts to him. Like this thing, like I just pointed to a jacket design that is not in here because it's cropped off. But his jacket, you know, like the Tetris pixels, like those absolutely move with the volume that it detects. And I'd like to think these are also just like sliding, like very space-like across his headphones. If it were not so thematically appropriate for him to be a Galactus for his element, he would definitely be a good contender for Voltec. Because it's very futuristic the way he is dressed. Oh my god, Sophie! Oh my god, Sophie! Hello, hello! Get this freak off my screen. Oh, Millie's there too? Damn! Damn! I just got what the diss. Holy. During Pride Month? God damn. This is super random, but you know the SYBAU? So I learned recently what that stands for, and every time I forget it, because it's so new to my lexicon, every time I see someone use it, I never know what tone I know how to interpret it with, because I only see it in those memes where it's like someone going... and it's like the crossed out heart. So like I don't know what emotion this is when it comes to this acronym. And so I only recently realized it's shut yo bitch ass up, and I have to re-remember it every time I see it because it doesn't come naturally to me. Which I think is exciting. I think we should always try to come up with new things to enjoy in life. Millie, you are so lucky I designed you with these little glowing parts. Otherwise, your design is so freaking boring. It's funny how I designed... He's kind of still an idol, and that's why I designed him with such a look, because it looks like such a... I guess I specifically based him off of K-pop idol designs I've seen, because there's something about the white and it being the full body that makes it look specifically manufactured. There's always an undertone of aggression there. Specifically, using it with the broken heart emoji, I think is a deadly combination. Love it. I think that's that for Millie. Let us go ahead to the Gabby. Oh yeah, I have the... Wait, I have the cord. Fuck, I need to bring that back up. Bring his colors back up. So on this layer... it's all the little accessories. So, I'm gonna take that opportunity to... love using what the fuck is the term? Gradients, that's what it's called. I love using gradients in my designs, bro. I love it when something is going from one color to another to express a kind of harmony. Yes. Alright, now that's done with Millie. Gabby. You know, when I think of people talking about... When people are Delta posting, and they are saying things like, so the whole egg thing with the mystery man, but in Wingdings, guess what egg EGG is? It's like up, left, which is the movement of a knight in chess. How did he know? Tricky Toby. And as someone who, I'm not gonna say like I'm on par with Toby Fox as a, absolutely not, but as someone who likes to plan things similar to that, I know that the way Toby thought of that must have been like, alright, what are interesting things that I can use with Wingdings? And then he realized that the chess move can be possible with the arrows, and from that he got a usable word, which is egg, and that is what inspired him to incorporate the Easter eggs literally as a thing. Like, I refuse to believe that the egg thing came first and then the connection with Wingdings was a coincidence. I fully believe that it was a connection that was purposefully made, and then he incorporated it as best as he could into the game. Because I do shit like that. Like, one of the things that I just completely, I will say, did not intend with the conception, but ended up being like one of those like, what were they thinking? What? They thought so far ahead? Is that like Ujin, you know, video gamer, has a sense of narrative importance as well, and has a strong connection with like computers and code and whatnot. And specifically, I found it a very fun coincidence to that if you R and G, if you took out all the vowels in the word orange, you get R and G. And I mean, I incorporated into their trivia to jab at that, but it's one of those things where it's like, it kind of lines up and you can just go with it. And then to people who don't know, they're like, wait, it's genius. And in reality, sometimes it just works out that way, and then you run with it, and you do more of this, and so then people start connecting it to this, and they're like, they're a genius, you know? It's one of those things. Sometimes you gotta reverse engineer your hype moments in Aura, is what I'm trying to say. Obviously, I won't, like, list out everything that follows this Toby Fox stuff, because, you know, some of which y'all have... I feel like y'all know. See, the thing about being a creator is that it gives you such a strange but eye-opening perspective on what it is to be a creator. Because I've said this before, like, when you are a creator and you are making the stuff and you basically know the answers and the reasons for the connections, it seems so obvious because you made it and you're thinking about it. It's kind of like when you figure out the twists to a movie. It's like, in retrospect, you're like, well, it seemed obvious. How could I not thought of it sooner? Because you know it. And so you kind of have that expectation and hope that I'm sure like it seems obvious to everyone else. Like it's still a smart connection, but it is probably obvious. People will get it. And then you'll see in these like theorizing fandoms where people will just make some of the wildest theories. Like, and I feel like for some of them the most straightforward answer is the realistic one. You know? And that's what's kind of... I mean, I can talk about creators and online stuff, and that's why I specifically dislike it when creators... when it comes to that kind of theorizing and, you know, picking up the clues that need to be picked up, the less the creator actually acknowledges that, the better. Because I don't want to see creators going, well guys, I meant this, but everyone seems to think the opposite. Aww. And I'm like, shut up! Don't say that! You're ruining it! I love stumbling upon connections with my characters I lean into more. Yes, there's something about stumbling upon the connections or coming up with them and then just really leaning into it. So when someone discovers it, there's already so much that is already established for them. You know? Give us one more. Oh, Safi, I believe in you. Safi, I believe in you. What is another one I can talk about that isn't like this is the crux of everything? I'll have to think on that. There is like a couple of stuff I can think about when it comes to like the character and the symbolisms and the themes and whatnot, but I guess the color connection is like probably the most straightforward and easy ones to think of because they're not like super deep for the most part. Like, dude, Bree and Blue, because in universe she's a very simple person, and so she's not gonna go with bedazzled blue, she's just gonna go with regular blue. That's in character, bruh. You know, like there's nothing particularly deep about that. I will say something that when it comes to specifically literal symbolisms, and I don't think I've heard anyone talk about this. It doesn't mean that no one's noticed it, obviously. I'm not gonna act like anything I haven't seen is just something no one is privy to. I love Gabby's design so much. Thank you! Aww. Goose, that is very sweet of you, and that is not off topic. We are on Gabby right now. Yeah. And we're also just talking about Chromosynth in general, so you're fine. Something that I have been, I would say attempting to incorporate for a while now and have on a certain level is specifically elements. And I don't mean elements as in, you know, the Chromosynth elements, nor do I mean the classical elements. I mean literally the periodic table of elements. Like, were I not a color obsessed freak, I think like a spin-off version of me would have attempted to make like character designs for all of the elements of the periodic table, because I see a list of things and I want to jijinkify them. But yes, there are certain characters that have stronger than others allusions to like periodic table stuff, periodic table elements specifically. And obviously Ryujin with iron and Chaesong with copper. Off the dome, like Grace with gold, Caspian with cobalt. I think those are the main ones that are like on the periodic table elements that I can think of. Yes. Oh yeah, there's platinum, yeah. And you'll see bitch all the metals, yes. Oh yeah, bronze too. Generally what I try to do, actually is bronze a periodic? I think bronze is one of those like combination alloys. It may be on there, it may not be. Anyway, generally what I like to do for those characters is if there is a way I can incorporate the literal like periodic table alchemical symbol or number or anything to do with that element into their being, I try it. Like, I was actually rereading the specifically the prologue of Chromosynth, because every now and then I try to go back into the main comic and see if there's anything else that needs to be like tweaked, or just try to get a perspective from the. There's one medal you're missing. I don't know what you're talking about. We're actually missing like a lot of medals. For the most part, a lot of elements are not in Chromosynth. Try as I might. But yes, if you look at Ryujin and Chaesong's symbols, respectively, they resemble the alchemical symbols for copper and rust. And what's fun about those symbols specifically is that the alchemical symbol for copper is actually the feminine symbol, while the alchemical symbol for iron is the masculine symbol. And that's why if you look at Chaesong and Ryujin respectively, even though, yes, Chaesong's symbol is, I'm just gonna show the, here, just so it's easier. Even though Chaesong's symbol is literally a key, and Ryujin's symbol is literally like a wrench and a, you know, a spoke, cog, whatever. The number symbolism with 3 is there. Yeah, it's just, it has both their iconography with tools and what object, but the way Chaesong's is pointing downwards and Ryujin is pointing upwards, that is a purposeful allusion to their alchemical you know, background, as well as just it's interesting how that today I learned there are symbols for the elements. Yeah. And it also kind of manifests in their personalities as well. Like Ryujin is very dominant, like fiery personality, while Chaesong is more like reserved. So I found it fun to basically, when I was writing these characters and just trying to get a grasp of what kind of personalities they had, and the main inspiration for Chaesong and Ryujin's relationship actually was that juxtaposition between iron and copper, because it was the basically opposites. It was the masculine and the feminine, but reversed. So that partly inspired why their dynamic was like that. I don't know if that's like a intricate symbolism thing, but it's something that I found fun. And they're secondary characters, so I don't have to do too much for them. But, you know. Yeah, I always like to look at the symbols and see particular things that stuck out to me while making them, if anything. Oh yeah, you know, while we're here, speaking of symbols, Phoebe's symbol? Again, I'm not trying to act like no one's discovered this, but I just have heard no one talking about it. The reason why Phoebe's symbol specifically looks like this, obviously Scales of Justice, but it is, what is it? Hello, welcome. Hello. There is a specific, yes, the Greek symbol psi is what inspired this shape, and it looks like this. Because the use of the, yes. I mean, Phoebe already has kind of an association with Greek stuff, so I wanted to have it so that this symbol itself was already kind of evocative of a Greek letter. Yeah. Hello, Glitched. Thank you for coming. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I feel like there are some symbols that have that, you know, symbolic meaning more than others. Some of them are just like, it's an hourglass because of time. Do you get the reference? For certain characters whose symbolism and deal is, I would say, more upfront, I try to actually not smother the viewer with all of it because it can come off as like, alright, we get it, alright, we get it. I never want to express so much that it becomes like suffocating. So yeah, it's an interesting balance to strike. Oh yeah, one more thing. With Blaze's, specifically, Blaze's symbol was really fun to make because I wanted it to evoke like a very roaring 20s design, specifically that kind of Art Deco, that metallic shape like that. And I definitely took some inspiration from that. But also, specifically, what I like to do whenever I want to think of shape language to use in symbols and I just can't think of anything, I just look at maybe how they type or how they express themselves. And one of the ways Blaze expresses themselves is through the double brackets and then saying something like that. And as you can see, the double brackets are visible here. So just like one of those things where it doesn't hurt to add a little something like that. Not as like a super obvious illusion, but just like visually to help you associate that with that character. I feel like I've drawn my girl, Gabrielle, a Brazilian times, but she still remains a wonderful girl, and I will never tire of her. It's great designing characters that you enjoy drawing, because you will draw them a lot if they're your characters, so you might as well have a blast, you know? Stretch! Oh, I should! The art looks good so far, thank you! Oh, oh, bones. Bones. Oh, I should take a sip. I should do that. I will say, if there's anything that stuck out to me that I particularly enjoyed about the Ruwubi, you know, RWBY, it had two things that I particularly like. It has characters with color symbolism, and it has characters with folklore or mythological or fairy tale allusions. Like those two things I specifically eat up. And so when it comes to making something like Chromosynth, I guess you could say in some ways I was inspired by what Ruwubi did, but I wanted to at the very least not make it so literal, and that like they are defined by what fairy tale or god they are doing. It's less like that and more like it's nice to have a kind of illusion in mind, so you can reference that and make them feel broader. And also specifically, having these kinds of references from history and folklore and whatnot, it just forces me to expand my palette, and hopefully for y'all who are particularly lore interested, it has opened some perspectives for exploring things that maybe you wouldn't otherwise have. I'm sorry if you ended up searching up Bible lore because of me, because I have some characters who are a little biblical, some more than others. I'm sorry. But I will say that if there's anything that I find interesting about like biblical and religious stuff is that, you know, there is a like a history and a culture, and I don't know. I always go into talks about religion with the idea of it's so ancient as a part of humanity that on a scholarly level I can't help but be interested in it and think that it's so fascinating. Fun fact, in my big ol' sangled Chromacinth Google Doc where I list out all the characters' illusions, this includes theological illusion, mythological illusion, literature illusion, folklore fairy tale illusion, and popular media illusion. And some characters have all 5 if they're like particularly like, all right, I can scrounge it up. Some characters will have maybe like 3, but there's something particularly useful about having those illusions. One, because if you ever feel like you're shit out of luck out of original ideas, sometimes looking at different stuff like that, or like different types of characters and stories, can really help you develop depth for your character in that way. Like, I don't mean, you know, like, take everything that, steal everything from the past, make it yours. More like, if you find something interesting that someone has already done, there's no reason for you not to try to put your own spin on it. You know? I really do need to read up on more classic and folklore stuff. Dude, the Wikipedia section on, like, list of, you know, gods by affiliation and folklore by country, dude, they know my name at this point. They know my name and IP address because I be looking in there. It's specifically something I try to challenge myself on because a lot of folklore and fairy tale that I'm familiar with are very Western ones. You know, like ones that you see in Disney movies and all that. And I wanted to push myself and try to research and reference ones that are a little more, you know, international. Like, for example, there are a lot of like Chinese and Japanese folklore specifically that are just like really famous and referenced in anime often, but I just never sat down and like Momotaro and Sun Wukong, for example, like Journey to the West. Fucking Dragon Ball is based off of Journey to the West, which is so interesting to me. And like Luffy is like the monkey and all that. Like when you look up that kind of a foreign folklore and all that, you start to understand media that has referenced it. And you're like, why would that ever stop me from doing it too? I still need to sit down and explore Dante's Inferno. Again, saying can't help but get swept up in biblical fanfiction, but can you blame me, man? I just think that shit's fascinating.
Big ol' eyes.
I need to fully read The Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah, honestly, me too. As well as The Cask of Amontillado. I had to. Those two are in particular are like classics that I know the gist, but I need to just sit down and really read it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel like the Alice in Wonderland wiki section and book I'm very familiar with it at this point because of several characters. But yeah, yeah, you know, J Fiction Menace saying likes Alice in Wonderland over fucking War and Peace. Who is surprised? But yes, the statement still stands. I do need to read up on more stuff. Dragon Striker, what is that? I'm curious. More freckles for you. More freckles for you. She's kind of doing the face that Princess Peach does on the cover art of Super Princess Peach. A little bit. Like a very demure, ah! French cartoon with a very anime style. A standard middle grade superpowered sports shonen. But the actual animation is where it shines. It's brilliant. French cartoon. Interesting. You know what? You're sort of selling me on this. Let me look it up. Dragon Strikers. Oh, Dragon Striker. Just one. Oh, it's Disney. Fun. Okay, let me like find the poster so I can show y'all. So it looks like this. Oh, Ronaldinho soccer. Okay, honestly, that's a fun art style. Dude, finally, Western sports anime. I love how they're all designed like knights. That's sick. The studio is doing the new Avatar show. Yeah, French animation is so oddly good. It's so strange that when it comes to studios, when it comes to a lot of them outsource stuff to, you know, fucking Korea and Japan and all that. But when it comes to studios, Code Lyoko season 5 confirmed. Wait, the show that was done like a decade ago? Decades ago? Well, good for y'all, I guess. Do you think their foreheads have grown since then? Or do you think they have been perfectly preserved in the resin of time? Your thoughts are appreciated. They better keep the fuck-ass foreheads, yeah. They better be shaped like... Okay, so let me do the best recreation of a Code Lyoko character that I can imagine. So, like, they're in my head. So, I'm thinking very Yu-Gi-Oh! Very angular. Again, haven't seen this shit in a while. I can't think of a single character, but it looks like this. Am I on the ball even a little bit? I mean, they don't have this fuck-ass haircut that I gave them, but, you know. Just like super... I just think of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think they wanted to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Really bad. It's the specific angles they used, I think. Ronaldinho soccer. Apparently the original creators involved, okay. They're entirely retconning the nightmare that was Code Lyoko Evolution. Dude, they're devolving! Crazy. Who allowed that? This playlist may be repeating, so let's something kind of new. Wait, what is this? This has no title. What is this? It's a cow on a skateboard. Do you see how now playing is blank? That's the title, it's blank. And this has 2 million views. It has no descript. Where am I? Alright, I guess I'm here then. Okay, so it comes from the channel Io, which I think is funny because Io, the cow, the Greek myth. But yeah, this whole channel is just titles of nothing, videos hours long with interesting thumbnails. This better not have anything AI generated. Yeah, I understand that being a knee-jerk thing. But what is Le Fish? It's animated. La 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 mi amor. Dude, France is beautiful. I feel like this beautiful recreation of the original image doesn't do justice just how disgusting the original image looked, with just the fish floating in the bathtub with the caption Le Fish. Anyway, enjoy the fish playlist, y'all. La Vie en Rose. Soul to me, and life will always be la vie en rose. Fish memes just always get me for some reason. Like even Fi or Le Fish. You know the vine that it's not a vine, it's longer than 6 seconds, but it's the dudes in the car naming funny animal names and then like Bobcat. And then one of them says fish and they just die laughing. And it just, oh, the spirit of that lives inside me always. I feel like Melanie's eyes is too hard. Wait a minute. And I'm looking at you. Fuck it. Proportionally. Le fille. Is that the scent of coffee I hear? Dude, it all comes back to Ace Attorney. God, I think about Godot, and I know a lot of people have opinions on whether his misogyny was done well or not, but I think his general story and how fucking tragic he is as a character. Tragic characters always get me. Like, characters who are, like, fucked up in a way, but also the circumstance they were put in are just so tragic. They just get me, man. So, yeah, I really like Godot. Not just because he's eye candy, that helps, but I also think the idea of someone who has just so little to lose after losing so much. Also just the idea of someone who is so run by spite, but his personality isn't like a Francisco where it's so evident in that she's like acerbic, but more that he's like calm and collected about it and even likable. Like, that is some depth I love. The idea that like rage and anger and betrayal is so core to what motivates him, and yet it's not something you would be able to discern from a surface level because he disguises it. I do miss Godot. Me too. At least we'll see him in the merch. That's the best we got. Alright, so that is it for our main 4. Whew, can you believe that took that long? Holy. I mean, I guess I was reading a screenplay at a certain point. But, yeah, let's go ahead and keep coloring. The nice thing about coloring and all this, it's that it's very just... We're chugging along. It's menial work because it's just about putting them where it needs to be put. The whitewash merch, brother, don't get me started. They made this beautiful brown man and they're like, tan's the best we got. Dude, Western beauty standards are a fucking curse. This isn't news to anyone, but like the idea that it also just makes his design suck more. Like, usually when whitewashing happens, it usually makes the design worse because the way the skin color harmonizes with the rest of the design and color palette is because it works because it's darker. Like, Godot works because the shocking white hair is such a good contrast against the darker skin. It makes the white hair feel so much more unnatural than if he were just like slightly tan or something. Also, his name is fucking Diego Armando, bro. You can spare some melanin for him. Godot Clavier, I gotta save you from the clutches of Capcom. Dude, it is dire over there. Oh, by the way, Safi, I don't think... Have you seen, like, the whole thing? I showed this whole thing at the beginning of the stream, but I don't think you've seen the all the squares. This is all the squares. Zooming out. Zoom back in. So initially for the sketch, I put Corona just like sitting on top, but I realized that would make them look like the main character, so I opted to just squeeze them into Gallows. I don't know if it's obvious, but they're basically leaning out of Gallows's box, which I think is appropriate in a number of ways, but it allows them to take up that little diamondy space in between. Zoom over to Matt. Wait. Admittedly, Matt is the one I worked on most recently, and he needs a little bit of tweaking, but yeah, he's not very happy. Hi, Matt. Yeah, it's kind of hard to draw a design like his when the jacket is sweeping over the body, and it's not a cape, so I have to do some physics manipulation there. Now I see everyone. Yay. Oh yeah, because the scuba hat is on the side. Yeah, I apologize. God, sorry, I'm thinking about Ace Attorney, the third game in the trilogy, in the Phoenix Wright trilogy, and I'm like, God damn, what a good game that was. I mean, yes, the French case in the middle, definitely the low point, but holy, was it a good set. Like, I don't love Luke at me, but Desiree and her bottom just are such a highlight of that case, as well as the return of Adrian, of course, that it kind of makes up for it. Ace Attorney life. The fact we were immediately solving a murder was kind of fun. Yeah, I think we've seen the Apollo series do parts of that where the guys are just kind of chilling somewhere, and it's not one of those episodic, like, someone comes crashing into the office like, hey, I got a case for you. It's just kind of like the gang is just doing shit, and then at a certain point, murder. What a novel concept. What I find really interesting about Apollo, specifically, in our current case, Turnabout Serenade, is that even before Apollo becomes an attorney to defend someone in the case, he just starts investigating, just to be like, alright, I gotta figure this out. And I think we've had cases where Phoenix was present, obviously, but in that one, Maya was like immediately taken as suspect, so it's implied that like when investigation started, Phoenix was like, all right, let's do this, but Apollo kind of did it for justice's sake, which I think is an interesting, I would say, subversion of the usual pattern of like, well, I better sit on my ass until someone pays me to defend them. It's like, no, like, you know, this is a mystery I want to solve. Despite Apollo lampshading the fact that as attorneys they really shouldn't be doing so much investigating and crime solving, they should actually be doing more defending and just preparing the case more often than not. But yeah, what can you do? It is a fact that the detective and mystery genre is too compelling that even if you add a little bit of law in there, you gotta add some mystery solving. Argumenting is fun, but you gotta add a little mystery, you know? A little sleuthing. The proactive investigation is a nice change of pace, yeah. And I mentioned this last stream, but it is really refreshing for Clavier, and also really smart of them to have Clavier as the new generation with Apollo as the new defense attorney, and him being like a totally new kind of prosecutor we haven't seen before. In that, the most striking is that he actually has a cordial rapport with both the public and the judge, and he isn't immediately driven by hate and corruption and all that. He, like, in his first trial, I think he even says, he's like, what I want is the truth, which is the character arc that Miles needed a whole game to get to, by the way, as well as Franziska. But Clavier, like, he in of himself is not corrupt or driven by some corrupt desire, which makes him incredibly different from the Phoenix Wright trilogy. And it also sets up something interesting about, like, we are going to see the collapse of this man one way or another, because at the very least, that's how the formula of these games go, and generally how also these games go is that there's going to be a villain greater than the antagonist of the prosecutor. So we're not going to be just facing them the whole time. There's going to be something that puts them at risk or puts them out of the picture, and there's going to be a bigger enemy to face. So I'm just looking forward to that, that's all. I like Clavier a lot. I like his answers to the questions last stream of, like, why do you like music so much and why did you become a musician? And he's like, for the ass, for the hot ladies. And it could be a lie, and it could be just him maintaining his image, but the idea of that having some semblance of the truth and it's just that shallow and superficial, I think it's, like, kind of refreshing, honestly, to have someone who isn't just like, I'm a sensitive musician, I care, and, like, he's just like, no, dude, I'm one of those European stereotypes where I'm a weird flirtatious romantic, but I'm not, like, gross about it. I'm just kind of, like, suave, and that's it. It's that Northern Line clip. The way I know so much about Northern Line, and I don't know that exact clip that you're mentioning. Wait. But yes, underscore, those are... This song, I'm familiar with this song. Le Amor di Chao, Armando Trovajoli. Oh, is this a game? I feel like I've seen this in, like, TikTok compilations. That may be better. I know you're referencing the Low Tier God meme, but yeah. I'm so glad I know so little about Low Tier God, except for the memes that show he's a fucking bum in personality. It just seems like one of those creators where, I know some people have, like, a lolcow instinct where, yeah, I'm watching them because they're awful, it's entertaining, huh? I don't have that, because I just get mad and sad that they even have such a platform to do all that, so I don't really engage in that way, you know? I'm so glad that after all these years, I can still confidently draw Tian doing the exact same this pose that I've drawn for her since the beginning. Like, let me pull up the receipts real quick. Because I know in her mini sprite she does the V for victory, which is very cute. But in her core, in her essence, if I can get out the ancient texts. Oh my god. Oh, these are the oldest ones. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my, do you see this? This is like, for some old art, I can pinpoint like the thought process I had while drawing it. This is so old, it's almost foreign to me how I could manage a face shape that much. But like, oh my god, the hands. The hands are so bad. The hands are a vehicle for the thumb and the pointer finger and nothing else. Yeah. Oh my god. Suffice to say, I got better at drawing the hit or miss, I guess, in never miss hand. But oh my god, oh, and funny how in some ways the bounce of the hair transferred from one to another. But I look at some of these character design choices and I'm like, Sang, we do not look at a fashion magazine, you didn't look at Pinterest, you didn't look at a damn thing. This was pure conjured up in the bowels of my mind what these characters would wear. That's why you have a fucking sleeveless turtleneck. I don't know, this makes her look like a lily pad dancer or some shit. I don't know what I was thinking, but it's so interesting to look back upon. Like, some of them are just really, like, Bree, you can tell it's just, what is that? Just like a vague idea of smart. Oh, and the first Phoebe. Man, why did I go so heavy on the eye gradients? There was no... Yeah, I just made them so shiny. Man. This is shit from an ass. Sorry. I know it's bad to be, like, too mean, but sometimes I look at my, like, really old art, specifically art that, not from the MS Paint era, but from when I, learned how to shade and color and all that, and I'm like, damn, glad I'm not that anymore. I mean that in a light and positive way, as if I was clowning on my younger sibling, for example. I do not have a younger sibling in real life, so my younger self will suffice as my hypothetical younger sibling. Of course, we cannot forget the Posen. I have these saved, by the way. This is Spectrum Squad history. I'm really nostalgic. It is, like, if you look at it, it's like one of those YouTube videos where they look back on different years and trending art styles and whatnot. I definitely feel like it encapsulates an era, not just for me, but in a general, this was what was popular at the time. Like, just from the, like, how this mouth would work if I drew it now would be like this, like something closer, but the tilt and like how off it is and how there's so much room from the nose to the mouth, that was a post-Steven Universe kind of trend. I saw people drawing faces where it's like the eyes are up here, the nose is up here, and the mouth is like all the way down here, and I kind of cringe when looking at that because like this isn't a stylistic thing, they just draw an anime this way, and I'm like, you will learn. But there we go. Listen, I grew a little from there. I grew a little. I even gave everyone the same kind of like chubby arms because I think I was still growing out of the era in which I was like, if I draw someone skinny, it won't be progressive. Everyone has to be like, yeah, not a great mindset. But if only you knew. Actually, you know what? Y'all do know. Some of y'all have been here. But for those who know, the ancient text, the most ancient of ancient texts is this. This is the very, very first appearance of what was known after the Spectrum Squad. And it was truly just the idea of, all right, time to make characters, and I pulled out my little sketchbook. I just like, all right, this is gonna be their thing and their guy, and God, just, even the way I drew the feet is so of an era, you know? Like this flat feet, just the refusal to even engage with the anatomy of the feet. That is something. Yeah. Oh my god. Back when Mililani was just like, alright, let's make a magenta music guy who's like, he's music and he's like kind of like a little feminine, but he's just like a guy. Yuna and her full banana hair. Yes, Milani, give us nothing. God, he was such a nothing guy back then. I'm so glad I slutted him up. I'm so glad I slutted a bunch of these guys up. I'm gonna be so for real. It's kind of shows my own personal progression of art and taste, I think, because they were all just so safe back then, and they were like, yeah, they're mean, but in their hearts they're kind, and they wouldn't do bad things. And it's like, yeah, she probably kills people, yeah, and that's all that. It's just go wild, go crazy, you know? It truly is like one of those like babies first OC and all that. Where is that thing coming from? What is that? What is that coming from? I'm trying to go over it, but it's not letting me. It's going away when I take it away. Is it this? Oh, it's the base. Gotcha. Damn it! It always gets me. Sorry, I'm getting nostalgic over. Oh my god. Oh, I remember being like, guys, look at my redesigns. Ah, they look so much better. I'm so glad my art style evolved. Ah, they actually have like colored palettes and interesting things going on. And like I remember one particular gripe I had with my old art style was that if you look here, you'll notice that the colors are very faded. This wasn't an intentional choice. I think I was scared of saturation for some reason, and I just went the complete opposite way with these guys. They are so saturated. Like, it's crazy how saturated they are. Like the eyes for Gabrielle, the hair, and like the skin. Yeah, it's kind of insane how you can see me figuring out how to draw and how to do things. Oh my god, check out the final designs for the Chroma Synth cast. I still think this Ujin looks kind of cute, you know. But baby's first. What the fuck is he wearing? Bro, why did I put him in that? Dude, honestly, Chroma Synth's shoe design is its own archaeological nightmare. Because the fuck do you mean I went ahead and like not shaded, but you know, lighted all of this, but I didn't even give Gabrielle the proper layer of giving her boots. My god. It was dire back then. It's always fun to look back and just put things in perspective, I suppose. That's the best way to put it. Now that I look back at who I was and the quality of my art, I'm shocked and astonished that at any point during my streaming hobby that I reached fucking 50 or 70 viewers at a certain point. Like, what were y'all here for? I'm like half joking when I say this. Mind, I don't actually think that like less of myself. But a part of me is like, I feel like everything I do now is just so much better. It just makes me look back and go like, God, I was serving y'all like hot shit on a plate, and y'all ate that up. Y'all let me off easy. What the heck? I think what helped is that I was very, very active on Tumblr then, and Chromosynth and me in general had its own little following, so that probably helped. When it comes to these streams, I don't particularly advertise them. That's kind of the main difference, I think. Every now and then on Twitter, if I'm doing something special, but if one person says, "Hey, Sang, I miss you advertising your streams online. Can you do that again?" Then I'll salute and listen to them, and I'll do it again, because it's one of those things that I've been thinking about, but I need specific validation to go back to doing it, because I'm too. Hey, Mitt Sang. Whoa. It's late. Hey, Sang. I miss you advertising your streams online. Can you do that again? Okay, so Safi, can you be more specific? Do you mean like advertising on Tumblr, on Twitter? Like what kind of... I'm asking you like you're a focus group. Like this is a business meeting. Like what exactly would you like to see that you miss? If you can enlighten me on that, that would be super helpful. You should be advertising when you go live. I should. I think a part of me, and this is my vulnerable, insecure side that I'm, you know, letting loose here. A part of me feels like when I advertise a stream and it's for like something special, you know. I think when I advertised Zubinis, funnily enough, because it felt like an experience that I was specifically, you know, having and I'm delivering. But when it comes to art, I guess a part of me is like, well, who would come to see me just draw a character? Like, who cares? And it should only be for something particularly noteworthy or special. Otherwise, I'm setting myself up for disappointment. And I understand it's maybe a juvenile mentality, but it's one of those things, you know. But you are right, everyone. It is important to advertise your streams, because back when I had a following on Twitter, I no longer do, because the great Discord incident of 2025 happened, and then I changed my Twitter password, and then Twitter decided, well, actually, we're not gonna let you back into this account. We don't think it's you. And so it won't let me in again. So that's why I'm using that alt-sangled Twitter account. Gotta start from scratch. Whatever you want, man. Yeah, that's true. People know me for things, even if it's not a lot of things. I think a lot of my complex, I guess you could say, when it comes to doing stuff, whether it was, you know, saving the VODs of the streams, or even editing them, or all that, just putting effort into stuff regarding, specifically, I feel like it's always with streaming. Though, to be fair, streaming is the main way that I'm interacting with people online. So, you know, it comes to show. But I think the crux of all that is the idea of if I set expectations low, then no one will be disappointed when they come to my stream and all I provide is not a sexy, funny VTuber, but just me. Maybe that's the expectation. You know? Like, the less I do to preserve all this and show it to people, the more I can pretend that the thing I'm curating is made of people who really care and have earned their place here, rather than people who are quote-unquote falsely advertised by me. It's weird to explain, and I'm explaining it because I understand it's irrational. It's just I'm reaching in and trying to understand myself. Do more stuff on Blue Sky. You know what, Royal? That is fair. That's fair. I'm mostly talk about stuff very rarely, mostly share stuff on Twitter. I should still do that on Blue Sky and Tumblr and fucking Instagram. When it comes to posting, I don't be drawing much. I do admit. So that is, when I do post anything, it goes everywhere because it's like ding 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 ding, do this art finally, and it just totally no holds barred, goes everywhere. But yes, you're right. Blue Sky is definitely a platform that I have. What is it? I have like 1K because I advertised it basically right as the Great Exodus occurred. And yeah. It would be nice to have more people to hang out here. Oh, underscore, that's really enlightening to hear, actually. Because a part of me was afraid that, again, this is the part that is desperately trying to justify my own inaction, is the idea that if there's more people here, the kind of like safe niche community vibe is gonna be ruined, man. But also, like, who cares? I shouldn't be. What this all boils down to is that saying you should be less scared. And as much as I feel that I am no longer the scared child that I was growing up, playing video games and being scared of the timers ticking down and the thing chasing me, fundamentally, when it comes to putting myself out there, I am still very easy to scare. And it's just a matter of learning to get over it. As well as, I definitely appreciate having you guys to bounce these thoughts off of, because were they left to my own devices, they are likely to not go anywhere. But yeah. Any opportunity to say I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here. You know how many people have stuck around for the discussion factor? That should be more of a feat than attracting people with a sexy VTuber design. Do you mean it? Do people like me for my personality and my fun witty takes? To be fair, having a lot of chatters and a lot of like responses and engagement is a net positive when it comes to streaming, because streaming when you're just alone, not only is it demoralizing, but you don't have anyone to bounce off of when it comes to conversation, so you get a lot of, dead air. Unless you're an expert level yapper and you can just maintain it by yourself, in which Godspeed. But it helps me personally to have at least one or two people actively engaging with me, And for those active few, thank you for being there. You know who you are. We can just ban people. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I should be better. I'll be better. It'll also be a good excuse to fill up my media tab back up with art because of how little I draw. Or at least have postable art. The thing is, I draw. It's sprite stuff that isn't particularly interesting to show to people. I feel like I need a social media manager, or perhaps a very avid Chromosynth fan who can just make compilations and memes for me to advertise my projects. I need I was about to say, unironically, I need Chromosynth to break break containment and have a character who is just undeniably sexy, and that's what draws people in. Maybe I wouldn't actually want that. That's a very monkey's paw situation, but I feel like that's generally how it's been with indie projects when it comes to games or webcomics or whatnot. Stares at the white boy jester. I mean, I'm a little bit embarrassed because I like Claude a lot. I don't want anyone to think I have particular favoritism, but Claude and Heidi in particular are definitely characters that I am very, very fond of. I feel like that is especially prevalent in their lore and like playlist and all that. But yeah, I think Claude is definitely the most like catnip for the most basic people, if that makes sense. And I mean that in a kind of like I try to avoid making characters who are so basic that someone who, I don't know. Does that make sense? Like, I try to avoid making characters that are easily like husbando or waifu material, if that makes sense. Because to me, those types of characters are usually, they're not flawed enough, and so they're not interesting enough to me. But I mean, I don't doubt that there are some characters that, regardless of that, still manage to fit the mold. I did draw him in a maid outfit for someone once. I think that probably should have been the sign that he may be like a breakout white boy in the cast. What was that? I don't even remember when I did that. I just did that at one point, and yeah. Honestly, what I gotta do is, in my spare time, I've been drafting. So Chromosynth is a comic in that the main story is in that kind of webcomic storyboard-esque format, but I have been sort of personally sketching and experimenting with the idea of having more comedic, like 4-panel Chromosynth comics that exist as kind of their own standalone, like a webcomic in the traditional comedy sense, in that it is a webcomic that like every page has its own little like bit, you know? I've kind of been experimenting with that, and one, it would allow me to post more frequently, and two, it would allow for the most character spotlight per time, because with the way the main story is going at the opposite of Tian's pace, basically, to get anything really visual for the other characters, it's like the little mini comics might be the best bet. Chromosynth short comics. My question is, would people be interested in that? Because I have already sketched a bunch, because I've been doing it in my free time, seeing if I could handle it. And listen, my background, if you've seen my Undertale Steven Universe fucking in my blood is fan comics. Yes, illustrations and characters and animatics, whatever. But in my heart of hearts, characters exist for me to put them in panels to execute a joke of some kind. It is my bread and butter. It is everything to me. And yes, I do have a broader, story that I would like to commit to, but there is still that animal part of me that is like, ooh, you want to turn this into like a little 4-panel dinky little comic so bad, with the little webcomic arrows that go doot, and you click in the middle and get a little random one. You want to do it so bad. The thing that is stopping me from doing that is that, one, I am afraid that this is me pivoting away from what Chromosynth mainly is, and almost like, because y'all know me, I am famously indecisive. And I don't mean indecisive as in wavering on something, indecisive as in I often jump to different ways of expressing the same idea, or like iterating on the same idea. And I guess a part of me is afraid of this venture being a sign of that flaw that I famously have. And I think that's what's mainly been stopping me from fully committing to it. But considering the feedback that I'm seeing in chat, which is thank you. It helps me get out of my own head asking this kind of stuff. Um it's definitely opening the door to what this is. At least try it out. Yeah. You know what? I think I will. I think I will. I think a part of it that also fascinates me about the comic genre is that I follow a lot of, I guess you could call indie comic artists online, and the way some of them with the simplest art and concepts can still convey something funny or meaningful. The idea of conveying a lot, like doing a lot with so little artistically, is something that has always fascinated me. Obviously, you know, realism and all that is super fun and all that, but the idea of something being good or funny or resonating with people despite being relatively rudimentary in style is always something that has just gripped me as something that a goal of some kind, I guess you could say, to be capable of. You should try it out and see how you feel about it. Sometimes you need to take a break to expand on some things you either won't get to at all or won't in a long while. Okay. It helps you get the jitters out for other ideas, so you can focus better on the main story. Yeah. Now here's the real question. 4-panel comics. So I've actually been experimenting a little bit with the hypothetical format of the comic. And so I had, you know, I dabbled in some webcomic-esque pages a long time ago, if you remember some black and white. And the way that looked, it was basically the classic 11x8 format. And it's just like, you know, do creative stuff and do all that and do all that. And it works for general like long-term page by page stories, and so I'm somewhat accustomed to that. But the thing is, like, when I think of like 4-panel comic, I'm like, see, the comics I'm used to making, like fan comics, they're not actually comics in that they're framed in one art. It's literally like, this is panel 1, this whole thing is panel 1, and then it's just a continuation. And so if I were to make an actual comic, as in like title of this, like then I'm wondering, like, is it gonna be 4-panel like this? Is it gonna be a classic like long like this? That's something I've been I would say grappling with as a compromise, because if I were to do these short form comics, I would want to avoid overcomplicating it as much as possible, because that is my downfall all the time. So I think doing the traditional webcomic 8x11 fancy, that will not be the best way to do things. But I also think just the typical 4x4 isn't quite my style either. I like using comic panels for readability, and the kind of dit and then in a Z dit doesn't quite strike. I kind of like the way newspaper comics do it, actually, with that they look like this. Like there's a clear direction, one side. It's either direction one way, or you know how classic like internet meme comics go down this way. I feel like that's a style I resonate with. So again, something that I'm just... Yeah. It could help you get more used to structuring and laying out pages and stuff. That's true. That's very true. I appreciate all both the support as well as the general feedback that I'm getting. Much appreciated. Okay, and the goggles are... Okay, so what it looks like is... So it's colored with this dark teal. Classic. And then I think the lighter teal. I don't remember the exact opacity I used, so I'm gonna have to wing it a little bit. Dude, we're still on Le Fée playlist. Why is this song so beautiful? God damn. I kind of forgot during all my like Chromosynth rambling that we're still on the fucking Fish playlist. Bro, I got that fish in me. What can I say? I will say though, like as I'm talking about potential ideas, if I say, guys, like what if Chromosynth was a visual novel RPG? Like if I say stuff like that again, like you have permission to take me out back and shoot me. Because honest to God, committing to a whole game is something that I would only do with a gun in most circumstances now. So if you hear me spouting some of that shit again, like y'all best find me. Because like, you know, these little comics, like that's one thing, but I hope I've learned my lesson. Le Fiche deserves beautiful music. It does. I kind of like how Tian is just like that. Say less. As Savi just like with a bat, just. Was it this or was it the darker? It would have been the darker one. Okay. Wait. Oh, I worked that Friday. Or so I thought. Wait, that could be a great day to draw. Wait. Okay, alright. I'm gonna lock in with this illustration. Alright. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's so funny to think about my artistic journey, my streaming journey, my me journey, just me as a person, my evolution, and how much art and streaming kind of intertwine with my evolution as a person, because they, like, art obviously defines a lot of who I am, but streaming, weirdly enough, kind of ended up doing that too. Funny. But yeah. How about we raid, actually? I think that'd be fun. Fun way to end the night. Ryan is playing Tomodachi live.
So you guys are just like State Farm.
I feel like raiding someone new, though. I will say. I love you, Ryan, but I think... And that's a... Alright, let's, Pokemon binder designs. Ooh, we were just watching Pokemoner. Maybe I'll wait until they have art back up on their stream. But Oh man, there's so many talented artists, but they don't speak English, so I feel weird rating with. Yeah, we want to understand them. Yo, I was just talking about not having a sexy VTuber, and I find a VTuber that has just so many elements, just like, woo. I mean, it's not personally my thing. I kind of find it weirdly disorienting looking at an anime person for too long because they're not a person. But I kind of understand the appeal from just a pure visual ASMR sense, you know. I like seeing Jello jiggle. Is that John Krasinski? Is this John Krasinski in an ad? What's he doing? Huh. I'm not showing y'all the ad because then they get more money or something. Oh man. Oh, this person's drawn Raichu. You know what? I kept clicking on the wrong stuff. How about this? Chrome. Box. Look at this Raichu. It's very simple, but it's sweet. Oh my gosh, look at their PNG tuber go. Holy. It's the Rai. Alright, so let's raid Yuzuki X Ona. I see what they did there, Yuki Ona. This channel is intended for mature audiences. Just keep that in mind. But let us rate them. Yuki Ona. I sing and draw and sometimes get scared. Dude, we've all been there. But yeah, they only have one viewer so far. Let's give them some support. Sang Gang Raid. Yeah. Raichu Squad. Alright, thank you guys for coming. I'm pooped, bro. But it was very productive. Oh yeah, Ace Attorney tomorrow. Yay! How lovely. Alright. Good night, everyone.